right, guys. Good morning, team. Hope you guys are doing well today. SPY is flying up right now, man. Look at the SPY right now. SPY is at 412. I mean, listen. I don't know what else to say, but I kind of told you guys that the market did not have to crash. And honestly, to be honest, if I'm being completely honest, though, I thought the market might pull back already. This is a huge move up. And I mean, hey, you love to see it. I mean, props to the market. Yeah, bro. I mean, honestly, Adam Aaron going hard after Benzinga yesterday and the day before just showed emotion, bro. Like, company agrees to settlement for the ape conversion. I mean, what do they expect, bro? Like, they got their CEO out here saying, hey, guys, the ape divvy is the greatest thing. It's the greatest thing. It's going to save the company. It's the greatest thing ever. And then, like, 6 months later, the same guy who said the ape divvy was the greatest thing ever is now saying, oh, getting rid of the ape divvy is the greatest thing ever. And it's just kind of like, but then it's like, the problem at this point is that you got so many traders that are stuck from like 20, 30, 40 bucks a share who are down 90+%, who are just hella emotional about it now, who are just kind of in this weird state of one day we will show people. You know, they're like Braveheart all of a sudden. But it's just kind of like, look, I get it, but AMC is a movie theater stock in the middle of a pandemic. Okay, you might have a lot of supporters of the stock, but it doesn't mean the stock is healthy. And I'm holding AMC, but you got to call a spade, I think. So what's going on with AMC? What's going on with AMC is this, okay? The movie theater operator said in a filing that it has agreed to settlement terms relating to a shareholder litigation around a stock conversion. The terms of the settlement would open the way for AMC's proposal to convert its AMC preferred equity or APE unit into shares of common stock alongside a 10-to-1 reverse stock split and the capacity to sell more shares. So more dilution, bro. Honestly, that is the wait. A 10-to-1 reverse stock split is the opposite of dilution. Okay, sorry. I got ahead of myself. Where shareholders supported in mid-March but had faced court proceedings, shares of AMC ended the regular trading day up 2%. Apes were up around 22%. Final settlement is subject to a formal agreement and court approval. Terms also include payment to the plaintiffs of about 4.4% of AMC stock, or 6.9 million shares. Wow. And again, I mean, like I said, man, like the biggest flaw of traders is emotion. Like emotion is the biggest problem to traders. Like emotion is what gets people, man. You know, like, again, I'm going to say this again. You should never fanboy a stock so much to where, like, okay, I'll put it this way. It's fine to buy something and never want to sell if it's a large blue chip healthy company that's been around for 50 years and that you know it well enough and all this stuff. That's fine. Right? But to do that with a kind of speculative stock like this is just gambling. And a lot of people are justifying their gambling here with stuff like this. And again, I support AMC. I want AMC to go up. But man, All right, guys. So again, we got Tesla bouncing up. SPY's flying up right now. Honestly, absolutely flying. AMC stock is not really loving this here. We're let's just kind of getting some more details on this. But man, look at AMC stock, bro. Struggling. And I mean, this kind of explains why. This kind of explains why Ron was getting so mad at Benzinga. Is because like he's trying to bring the attention away from him. You know, like that's all it was. Like he's just trying to avoid anybody looking at him like, hey, what the heck? I'll say it again, and you guys can remember me saying this. I'll be surprised if Adam Aaron has a job in a year or two with AMC. I'll be very surprised if Ron has a job in a year or two, to be completely honest. I'll be very surprised if he does. Let me know what you guys think. Today we don't really have any big economic releases. We got the Jolts job report, which is pretty big, and that drops at 10, so we still got hours and hours for that. Is AMC going to be okay? I really have no idea, man. What's your view on software as a service companies? I think they can be good and bad, but I think they can be good, but again, there's also some risk in them because of automation, and they can be good, but it depends on what it is. They can be replaced very easily too. So in terms of like long-term strength, you know, there's some questions there. Doug Polk is a hilarious troll. Doug Polk is an hilarious troll, man. You gotta love it, dude. Should I buy Tesla at 196? I don't know, man. Good morning, John. It all nice turnaround on the market yesterday and looks pretty green today. I mean, guys, like I said, bro, one of the things that you really got to start to do is that you got to start to mentally note the people who have sensationalized everything, right? If you see somebody, bro, and honestly, the crazy part, this is what will happen, all right? And I've seen this happen a lot. Okay, this is what happens, right? You got some relatively decent sized YouTuber, and this YouTuber is like, yo, the market is gonna crash. The market is gonna crash right now. Sell everything. The market is gonna crash. You know, and he'll make a video about it, and the video will have a thumbnail, kind of like mine, where it's like, you know, and then the market doesn't crash, right? And so instead of being like, yo, I was wrong, the market didn't crash, my bad, they instead isolate one obscure part of the market that did drop, despite the rest, the 90% of the market ripping up. They isolate one obscure part of the market that did crash. Say it's oil, you know, or say it's whatever it is, whatever sector you want to isolate, and then you say, look, oil dropped, you know, 5%. You know, even though the SPY ripped up and broke highs, oil dropped 5%. So see, my video was right yesterday. And then they'll keep the thing churning. They'll keep it churning. They'll keep it going. They'll keep the naive new traders wrapped up in their market crash prediction, and it'll just keep on going. You know, they'll get mad at me for telling people the market doesn't have to crash, even though we've absolutely been. Look at the market. I mean, I'm not saying I was right, but I mean, you know, and honestly, to be fair, I thought the market would fall yesterday. I didn't think it would crash. I thought the market would correct. I think we're pushing up way too much. And I might really short the market today, to be completely honest. But that's another story. But yeah. Thank God I followed your live video on Friday. Hey, I try to tell people, man. Yeah, for sure, David. 100%, brother. And it's just kind of like, it's this weird situation for me where I've obviously been right long-term about like the market reaction, yet people get mad at me for being right, which is the crazy part. Like, I've obviously been right, yet people get mad at me for being right. They say, oh, I can't deal with this anymore. You know, it's like, oh, what? You can't deal with being wrong? You know? And honestly, I got to kind of point attention to it because I think you have to criticize. Like, if Michael Burry is coming out being like, yo, I shouldn't have told people to sell, my bad. Think about it. You know? Did Michael Burry come out and apologize in 08 and 07 whenever the mortgage market fell and he made billions? Of course not, because he was right. What Michael Burry coming out apologizing for shows that he's not as confident now in the big crash that he was. Oh, if you don't think people get mad at me, Aldrin, you're not paying attention, man. People come in here, they call me a permabull. They say, this dude's a permabull. I can't watch him. Oh, this dude's this dude's that. This dude's only bullish. You know, this dude's attacking bears. When I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, they get mad at me for a lot of stuff. And again, it's my duty, you know, to look out for people in that way. And it's my duty to say, like, listen, and if y'all were me, y'all would be doing the same thing. Okay, like, imagine you're a live streamer and you're telling people for months, hey, the market doesn't have to crash. Hey, the market might be moving up. Hey, you know, I'm buying up stuff. The market's moving up. You know, the market doesn't have to crash. Say you're saying that over and over and over again. Yet every time you say it, you get people talking smack to you, saying, oh, this dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Only idiots think the market's going to go up. Ha ha ha. You know, like all this stuff. And then the market ends up ripping up huge percentages. At a certain point, you're going to say, well, I'm not going to say I told you so, but what's happening to AMC is not fair? All right. You could just say you're mad, Aldrin. You could just say you're mad, bro. Listen, Aldrin can say nobody watches me, bro. Okay, all good. We got 100+ people here at 6:30 market time, 6:25 market time in the morning. You can say not enough people watch me to get mad at me. This channel averages about 300,000 hits a month, sir. 300,000 hits a month. Are we really gonna pretend like this is small views? Like, are we really gonna pretend like my channel's just struggling over here for views now just because you're mad you were wrong about the bearish direction, sir? You know, like, I mean, pretty easy to pull up receipts real quick, though. I mean, are we really gonna act like my channel's struggling right now for views? Like, I'm gonna go get my paper cup out and start begging for change here. GG to you, sir. Stay mad. Listen, you're just mad you're in the comments section and I'm out here and having everybody pay attention to me. That's what you're mad about. And that's okay. You can let it out, my guy. It's all right. We're going to keep growing. And you're going to keep staying mad in the comments section, sir. Anyways. And I think I remember Aldrin. Aldrin is like pumping up penny stocks that have basically gone down 90%. My boy's emotional right now, and it's okay. It's all good, man. You know, let it out, sir. I mean, you'll get banned for life here, but, you know, let it out. SPY up to 412s, almost 413s now. Not 413s, but 412s. Rip it up big. Tesla at 196.80s. Keep up the good fight, John. Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I'm not against bears. I understand bears. If anything, like I've been pretty flat in my swing trades lately. I haven't really been buying up stuff. So like I'm not hating on bears. I'm really not. Like all I'm saying is like sensationalizing the market and telling people that every day is a market crash and that every day the market is going to crash is not healthy for traders, you know. Yeah, what's dragging the market up? Let me see. All right, so Apple up to 167s, man. What a shock. Microsoft up to 290, basically right now. Walmart didn't really move up, so brick and mortar retail is not really doing much. Oil pushed up 117 on Exxon. Yeah, so we do have earnings season. That's a dynamic for sure to pay attention to. We do have earnings season. Really relevant dynamic to pay attention to. Earnings season comes out. We don't really have any big earnings until, you know, we got some big earnings coming out. We got some big earnings coming out at the end of this month. So we don't really have any big, like I can look at the earnings calendar and I'll look it up to see when all the next big earnings come out. Just to give you some perspective into how earnings season goes, because this is, again, subscribe if you haven't. My channel covers all the major earnings reports. And so the earnings season generally starts off with Netflix. And Netflix isn't really the biggest earnings report, to be honest. It's like one of the smallest earnings reports that we'll cover. That starts April 18th. So that's going to start in a couple weeks from now. You know, in a couple weeks, we're going to have earnings. Before earnings come out, though, just to put it some perspective into like what you might want to pay attention to in the market coming up. Next week is a huge week for market activity. So like this week was pretty slow. Last week was slow. We just don't have any economic data really to cover. I mean, we had PMI yesterday, somewhat relevant. We got Jolts job today, again, somewhat relevant. Tomorrow, we have the non-farm payroll data. Thursday, we got jobless claims. And so we got some stuff coming out this week, but it's not a big economic release week, that's for sure. But what we do have going on next week is huge. We've got CPI on the 12th. So next Wednesday, we've got inflation data, the biggest inflation data release, CPI data, Wednesday. We will stream the whole thing live like we always do. And then later on that day, we've got the Fed minutes report. So we got CPI Wednesday, Fed minutes report Wednesday. Thursday, we got some stuff going on. Market's actually pushing up higher right now. It's at 412.30s. So props to the market. Right, that's how I am too, B, you know. Again, most of the people that call me perma bull are just mad that the market's going up. You know, they're mad that they, again, I think certain people are really highly influenced by like the big doomsday traders and YouTubers, right? I think if one of your favorite YouTubers, and I've even heard him mention, like I've heard him say, "Oh, I like this guy," you know, and then you look at the guy, and the guy's like telling people the market's going to crash every day. I think that influences a lot of traders, and maybe it's right. Again, I don't know. All I know is that in 2007, 2008, not so many people thought a crash was about to happen. You know, now I think a more likely conclusion to all this is not a crash per se, but a recession slowly creeping in, and hopefully we get it fixed pretty soon. but I think a recession is a more likely outcome than just a flash crash like we had in 2001 or 2008. I think a recession is possible for sure, but I don't think it's going to be something where we just kind of crash all in one day. Not necessarily, at least. Yeah, for sure. I think it's easier. It's easier to say, hey, the market. It's easier to say the sky's going to fall, and get people to click than it is to say, hey guys, business as usual. All right, guys. So John, that was petty, bro. I mean, listen, if they're petty, I'm petty. It's not petty. What I did wasn't petty. All I did was show receipts. He says my channel's struggling. We don't get any views or whatever he was trying to say. And so, I mean, when somebody tells me that, I got to kind of pull up my views a little bit and just kind of say, okay, well, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to brag, but if I got to defend myself, I'm going to pull receipts. Like we're doing pretty well here. Yeah, like you said, this is a slow week right now, but like generally we're getting anywhere on our good weeks, anywhere between like 8 and 25,000 clicks a stream. So I mean, people can act like I'm out here with like a tin cup, begging for change, but I mean, they're just mad. That's all it really is they're just mad. And listen, if I saw some guy that looked as handsome as me on YouTube, that was right all the time about everything, always, I might get kind of mad at him too. I get it. But yeah, SPY up to 412.50s now, basically tapping 412.50s. Yeah, all good, Mark. Yeah, I mean, David, listen, man, no offense. I think you're being a little dramatic, brother. I'm just trolling people and just kind of having fun with it. That's the only way you can respond to criticism, is to troll them back and have fun with it. There's nothing wrong with that. We can have fun here and play around with the channel and not be so dramatic about it, brother. I reached 100K like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, definitely most handsome trader ever for sure. Kieran, man, AMC, the drama with AMC, man. AMC, man. So again, to put this into perspective, what happened with AMC? All right, to put it into perspective, what happened? All right, AMC CEO Adam Aron, Aaron, went after Benzinga because Benzinga had most likely what was an automated error. What was most likely an automated error. Yeah, thank you. I think people watch the stream because I troll so much. I have to. Like, number one, it's in my nature to do it. Okay, I have the debater personality type, and so like I play the devil's advocate sometimes and kind of troll people and disagree just to disagree sometimes. And so I do understand it. I really do. But I also just kind of do it to have fun, I'm very rarely genuinely mad. But no, what happened, Kieran, is okay. So yesterday and the day before, Benzinga got mad, or no. Aaron got mad at Benzinga for Aaron got mad at Benzinga for some type of automation error is really all it was. It was some type of automation error. It was an error in which Benzinga thought that the acquisition with Amazon and AMC went through, and so they had like a little banner on their website that said it did, right? So Adam Aaron then, for whatever reason, man, it's weird to me, but Adam Aaron then starts to go hard into Benzinga, basically saying they're evil. Benzinga's evil for this error. And I'm sitting there like, because they made that error, which is most likely an automated error. I don't even think it was intentional. I don't even think some guy even approved it. I think it was most likely just an automation error. Like Benzinga's mostly built on automation, which is understandable. I mean, that's how you got to be. So like, that's how you got to be. You know, it's automation. And so basically, Adam Aaron acting like Benzinga is evil because of this error is absolutely ridiculous. It's so crazy. It's like, bro, your daily chart on your stock looks like this, sir. You know, this is your daily chart right now. You know, you again, you say the ape divvy is the greatest thing ever. You do it, and then 6 to 8 months later, you said the ape divvy is the worst thing ever. And so in that regard, he's not consistent with what he says, right? And then he's going hard into Benzinga, acting like Benzinga's evil because of this error. So if Benzinga's evil, what are you guys now, bro? Like, look at this. So again, to put it into perspective, this is what happened with AMC. The company had to agree to settlement for the ape conversion. They said in a filing that they agreed to settlement terms relating to a shareholder litigation. Basically, they got sued around the stock conversion. The terms of the settlement would open the way for AMC's proposal to convert its AMC preferred equity unit APE into the shares of common stock, along with a 10-to-1 reverse split in the capacity to sell more shares. Shareholders supported in mid-March but had faced court proceeding. Shares of AMC ended the regular trading day up. APE were around 22% in the extended session. A final settlement is subject to formal agreement and court approval. Terms also include payment to the plaintiffs of about 4.4% of AMC's stock, 6.9 million shares. Or maybe I'm not understanding this. Let me see. Okay, so actually, no. Let me say. So I saw a settlement. I thought they were getting sued. This looks like it was actually them just diluting the company. Is that right? Chat, AMC traders. Is that what this is? Somebody explain this to me. The settlement announced by lawyers representing the stockholder group will grant holders of AMC common stock 1 share of common stock for every 7.5 shares held following a reverse split carried out in connection with the planned conversion of preferred share units called APEs by providing meaningful consideration to company stockholders. Yeah, it's all good. I don't know. Yeah, all good, David. Like I said, man, again, if you watch the stream, I'm going to troll the trolls. It's what I got to do. The only way, like, if you can get genuinely mad at the trolls, but if you do, they win, you know? So the only way to really handle trolls on the internet is to troll them back and to be sarcastic and turn it into content. Like, that's what I do. I turn it into content. I make it laughable. I have fun with it. I try not to take any of it too seriously, and I try to be dramatic whenever I ban somebody. You know, that's kind of what I do here. And it's something I've been doing for a while, and it just works. It allows it to bounce off me a little bit easier and not worry about it so much and just kind of have fun with it and make fun of them a little bit. And, you know, that's just kind of what I do. That's just kind of how I am. Basically, I'm the top 3 greatest ever of all time. But so, yeah, so what this looks like is a reverse split. But then somehow they're talking about dilution here as well. All right, so the settlement consideration comprising of approximately 6.9 million post-reverse split shares will be distributed to pre-conversion holders of AMC common stock. All right, I'm still very confused about this. Our clients are pleased to have reached a successful agreement on behalf of all AMC common stockholders. So what it sounds like to me is that AMC holders of AMC stock sued AMC? Is that what it is? Or something because of the dilution from the ape divvy is what it sounds like to me. Yeah, so AMC stockholders secure major settlement, providing investor additional shares of support. Our clients are pleased to have reached a successful agreement on behalf of all AMC common shareholders. Lawyers from the firm said the settlement provides investors with additional shares in satisfaction of their voting right claims, while also allowing the company to move forward in its plan to pay down its debt. They're going to reverse split and then dilute. Yeah, man. Honestly, this is just hella confusing. SPY ripping up though. I mean, look at the SPY here, man. It will get to a point where I want to short this, to be honest. Here, it will get to a point where I'm interested in shorting this. Finally getting a little bit of a pullback here. All right, Tesla pulling back a little bit. Yeah, I'll have to look up. All right, so yeah, so here I'm gonna read this report. So AMC is settling. So it was a lawsuit. They've taken a big step forward, a settlement and a shareholder lawsuit that would allow it to issue stock, raise capital, convert its APE units. So yeah, 10-to-1 reverse split if necessary. They approved they approved it in a special meeting last month, but not before a few of them sued the company in Delaware Chancery Court to block the move. So yeah, basically shareholders sued them to block it. Basically. Yeah, to enter into a binding settlement that would see the suit dropped in exchange for about 6.9 million shares, or 4.4% of the company's outstanding common stock. Wow. So yeah, shares of AMC fell and the price of AMC preferred equity units rose on the news. So Ape Divvy is gapping up. You can see the Ape Divvy gap up here. What's your explanation of markets going up so quick? Well, I think markets generally move up long term. I think long term stock index future or stock indexes move up long term, and I think that's what happens is that blue chips move up long term. You know, the S&P 500 moves up long term. The Dow moves up long term generally, and so I think that's what's going on. Is you know, markets move up. Markets are down on the year. I've said this many times. How many times have you guys heard me say this? What I'm about to say? Okay, I've said this at least 30 times, I think. But the market is already down over the last year plus. So the market is already red over the last year plus. It's dropped down big numbers, big amounts. And so the market's not going to keep going down forever. You know, eventually the market's going to rebound and start going back to business as usual, especially if they can get the banking contagion under control. I've been saying this for a while. And again, I'm not saying we're back yet. We don't, again, it might sound like I'm saying a bull market is back. I'm not. Okay, because honestly, again, I'm kind of short biased today. I think the market might drop some more, but again, I thought the market might drop yesterday too. But again, if we zoom out here, we're in a period of consolidation. Now, I do want to bring up some, now we've talked about how the market doesn't have to crash, right? We've talked about that. I think it could be valuable to look at what the market looks like when it does crash. Okay, so here's 2007, here's 2008. All right, so 2007, 2008, market was going up and then dumped pretty big percentages. Now we can look at the .com crash. You see those drops here too. And you can kind of see we've dropped pretty big percentages already here, over the last couple years now, last year and a half. And so I don't think the market's going to go down forever. The extreme bears looking dumb this week. Yep. I mean, I get it. And again, to put it in perspective, I understand being like that. I understand it. I'm not against the bears. I think I've just experienced the market enough to where I understand that being for sure in anything is usually a bad move. Right? Like anybody that claims to know for sure that anything's going to happen, I immediately look at them with less credit. Because again, nobody knows what the market is going to do. Nobody does. I don't. The chat doesn't. Nobody knows. And so, again, generally I just frown on people who are like, yeah, this is going to happen. Like the market is going to crash now, sell. And again, then it doesn't. And then they just don't show up in chat, And I get it, but you should never be so sure about anything in the market. You can make positions, you can take trades based off of probabilities. That's fine and all good. But again, I think if Michael Burry shows anything, it's that nobody has a crystal ball. I have 4 monitors, easy. Yeah, for sure. Market's going to go up, down, or sideways. That's all we know. John, will Disney go up in your opinion? I have no idea. I mean, long term, I think it will, but short term, I don't know. Disney, it seems like it's lagging a little bit behind the market. It's not really moving up with the market, but I mean, it's up. It's up to $100 a share. But Disney has not been following the market so surely. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what the SPY decides to do. Again, Tesla's starting to move up, creep up a little bit here. AMC ape again. So apparently it looks like AMC was sued. Hey, what's up, Type? Yeah, there's not really much data coming out today. I mean, we got the Jolts job report at 10. Again, this is probably this 2-week period that we're in right now is the slowest couple weeks that we have in the market in terms of my channel. Like after this 2 weeks, things start to heat up, like things heat back up. So, we got these couple weeks. Next week we got CPI, Fed minutes. Weeks after that we got earnings season starting again. We got PPI, CPI. Friday we've got unemployment. Tomorrow we got non-farm employment change data. Thursday we got jobless claims. So market will start to heat up a little bit more. Yeah, bro. Nobody remind me of the Astros. Australia paused their race today. Let me do a poll here. I don't think we did a poll, did we? Does the market hold these gains? Market hold the gains it's made in pre-market is the question. Tesla's still creeping up, almost to 198. How do you short the SPY? I mean, you can do it a lot of ways, Lewis. You can do futures market. There's no PDT rule. You can go long and short with no PDT restrictions. You can. There's what's the opposite of the Q? What's the opposite of the Q? Isn't it SQQQ? So you can just trade the S. Whoa. Okay, yeah. So you could trade the SQQQ, which is the short Q. So it's a little bit more tech heavy, but it's still good and relevant to the market. So it's still a broad market ETF, but a little bit more tech heavy. So it's got a little bit more like Nvidia in it, and some other stuff. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. I see everybody mentioning it. I don't know why it's hiding it. We can show it. But yeah, I appreciate it. Isn't there a short Q or a short SPY? I mean, like, isn't there a SPY ETF that's opposite? It's like, I know there's a cheaper one too. SPXU. Yeah. So yeah, I mean SPXU. Yeah, I don't think so either. Honestly, McTavius, like that. I don't think so either, man. Again, I'm actually pretty quiet in terms of my trading. Again, I'm green on the year trading. I am trading on TOS. But I haven't really been taking a lot of trades today. I haven't really been taking a lot of short trades or a lot of swing trades lately. Mullen. Yeah, Mullen back at 10 cents. I mean, the sensationalism is over. Back at 10 cents. Who would have thought? I use Benzinga still. Yeah, my Astros haven't been doing that great either. We're under 50% right now. So I thought we would beat the Tigers, but Baba consolidating. Hey, do me a favor. Y'all bump those like counts up. We could get more than that. We got about 70 likes. Let's bump it over 100 real quick if we can before 7 a.m. Why can't Tesla break 208? I mean, Tesla's gone up so much, though, man. That's the thing to understand, really, about it, is that Tesla's up big, big. Yeah, look, we need 3 more likes to break 100. Probably not. Harry. I mean, I doubt there's going to be that big of a move. You know what I mean? Learning to day trade. Hope this is the right decision. So X, I'm gonna give you some real advice, not from somebody that's just trying to take advantage of you. I'm gonna be real with you for a second. I want you to really, really listen to what I'm about to say. All right. If you're thinking about day trading, number one, I'm gonna give you a few facts about day trading. A large majority of people lose in the beginning, especially. If you think you're gonna be in the 5% of people that make money off the get-go, you're probably not, sir. If you're struggling financially, the last thing you should ever do is day trade. You'll lose more money, you'll have more pressure on you, and you'll lose more. Okay, if you're struggling financially, do not day trade. Day trading is a luxury of somebody who is well off already. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, you can try to day trade, and that's fine, and you can make money day trading for sure. But understand that you'll probably lose for at least 6 months to a year. During that period of time, it's incredibly important that you trade very, very small size. Because, again, the larger you try to trade in the beginning, the more money you're going to lose. You know, again, I get it. Every trader has delusions of grandeur in the beginning where they think that they're going to prove their family wrong. They're going to prove their girlfriend wrong, that they're going to just take this money and turn it into 100K and ride off into the sunset, turning $1,000 into 100K day trading genius. You know, you're going to be on the next big channel. You're not going to be that, sir. Nobody is, really. That's just a marketing gimmick. Okay. The truth is, day trading is incredibly difficult. A large majority of people lose money, and the ones that end up making money eventually are ones that traded small in the beginning and took it very slow. Because the faster you try to rush that stuff, the more money you're going to lose. You know, these are just facts, as young people say. And so, again, you can try to day trade. You can learn. Day trading can be a powerful thing if you know how to do it. Only do it if you have only do it, I would say, if you've got a good amount of money coming in to where you can learn without pressure. Trade very small in the beginning, very small. Trade very small. You know, best advice I can give you. Yeah, for sure, pawn, 100%, dude. At this point, AMC's a lottery, man. You know, and I take offense to it because it's like AMC shooting shots at Benzinga. You know, like Adam Aaron. It's just kind of like, what? Now, why are there so many day trading YouTube channels and so few swing trading channels? I mean, I'm kind of a swing trading channel now. I mean, I day trade, right? Like, but I've grown the channel. I've matured the channel, I guess I should say. Like, we used to be pure day trading, but over time I realized that, like, number one, I'm better at swing trading. For sure, better at swing trading than I am at day trading. Like, I'm very green on the year swing trading. My accuracy is at least over 60% with my swing trades, and I'm just a better swing trader overall. Um, I'm not saying I'm not a good day trader, but I'm definitely a better swing trader for sure. And I think over time, there's enough day trading gurus out there. And again, I'm sponsored by Top Step. I think if you're gonna learn in the beginning, learn on a funded account program. Again, I'm not talking about the 15-year-old who said, don't do it. I'm not talking to you. Ask your mom and dad. Do your homework, kid. But when I'm talking to adults out there, funded account programs are going to save you money because, again, a large majority of new traders lose, right? And so you can either put up 10K yourself and lose that, or you can try a funded account program where they give you a demo, they test your profitability. If you can pass their profitability and follow their rule set, then they fund you. And then once you're funded, you keep 90% anyway. And so you're basically having the pros without a lot of the cons of learning to day trade, And again, it's to be blunt, it's a lot cheaper to lose a funded account program than it is to put up the money yourself and lose that, And again, I'm sponsored by Top Step. If you want to check them out, the link's in the description. You get 20% off. But it really is something that I genuinely wish I had when I first started learning, because I would have lost much less money. What do you recommend me to start? Didn't you say you were 15? I don't know, man. I'm not going to tell you to do anything, bro. I don't recommend you do anything, man. You paper trade and practice and learn. I'm not going to tell you to do anything else if you're young and 15. I'm again, ask your parents, man. Again, don't buy a day trading course. You don't need it. And yeah, paper trade, I guess. But ask your parents. Right, 100%. Study, go to school. Can expect to be a pro tennis player the first time you pick up a racket. Yeah, facts. I lost 100K first 2 years. Yeah. Why I like Johnny doesn't tell people how to trade. I mean, I talk about strategies and stuff, but it's not really something where I it's not really something where I like telling people how to trade. I can teach them how I trade, but even then it's, there's risks. Hey, thank you, Steve. Yeah, in the end, just a large majority of people are going to lose money day trading, and you got to have reasonable expectations for it, And again, the funded account programs are really the cheapest way to learn. To be honest, I guess the cheapest way to learn. And I think another big flaw of day trading is, like, a lot of people get involved when they're just struggling financially. And again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If you're struggling financially, day trading is not what you want to do. A lot of people look at it like it's just going to turn their life around. But, like, again, if you're struggling financially, it's probably going to do the opposite. Let's be honest here for a second. And not just day trading, all types of trading. Like, again, trading is a luxury of people who are comfortable financially. Like, if you're not comfortable financially, what I really recommend you do is build a business of some sort. Make some money, bring some money in. That's going to be the easiest path to success over day trading for sure. You know, swing trading as well, investing as well. It's just hard in the beginning. AMC has no real path to grow and be profitable with a billion shares out there. 100%. They're never going to squeeze with a billion shares out there, man. They're just never going to. Yeah, like with a Billy out there, like, bro, their dilution is so strong. Like, people are talking about a short squeeze with AMC, but how that in the world are they going to squeeze with a billion shares, man? Seriously, genuine question. It doesn't matter how is anything like that going to make it? Like, the people are acting like it's the mother of all short squeezes with AMC. Like, dude, that thing's got a billion shares. Never going to happen. Started my own heating and cooling biz. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I've been thinking about buying a sign business. Like, there's some sign businesses for so. Like, I could buy a sign business in my area for like 170,000. I could let my mom work there. That's one of the reasons I'm thinking about doing it, because then my mom could work there, you know, and she could help me run it. So I'm thinking about it, but what's up, Chris? What's up, Layla? All right, guys. So yeah, that's the only thing. Like, I'm looking at it. I don't know if I want to or not. My real estate license is now active, you know. So you're not gonna be able to find any information on me, and any old phone number is old. I did get a new phone because eventually I'm gonna start marketing myself on YouTube and stuff. And the problem is that I'm not about to give anybody my personal number that has all my data on it or anything like that. Too many weirdos out there. I've tried that before, and I just got nonstop phone calls, you know, and so it's just not gonna work. But I did get a separate phone. I'll probably hire a virtual assistant and have them route. I'll have them actually speak to people, make sure they're verified, make sure they have mortgage approval, and then if they want to talk to me about real estate, fine, you know. Yeah, squeezes can happen. Like, squeezes can happen, but in order to really genuinely squeeze, you need the perfect storm of fundamental data and stuff. So in order to really squeeze, you really need like a very small you need a smaller float. Like when GameStop squeezed, it had 40 million in the float, which is not super small, but it's smaller. It's a smaller float. You know, 40 bill. And yeah, for GameStop to squeeze, it had like 40 million in the float. It had like 100 plus short float, you know, and so there was just a different recipe there. So you have a friend that does it, Chris? Man, maybe I'll have to pick your brain a little bit about how that works. Yeah, so the business I was looking at buying, they said they do about 450,000 in gross revenue per year. They said rent is about $3,000 a month, so about 36K a year. You know, they already got 4 employees. You know what I mean? So the problem though is like what I'm very hesitant to do is I'm hesitant. Like, so basically what I'm buying is the equipment, and they said they have 50 plus clients that they deal with. Unless there's some type of no compete clause in that purchase, what's to say those people aren't going to sell me basically the equipment and a bunch of stuff for almost 200K, and then just kind of start another one, and then, you know, pick those clients off, and that way it's just, you know, taking advantage. That's the only thing. So I'd have to talk to them about that and make sure there's like a no compete, make sure they're not about to sell these clients to anybody else, and get that contractually signed. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, in terms of what the good news is, Bloomberg making Bloomberg GPT. Yeah. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm playing with Chat GPT big right now. Honestly, like I said, I took my real estate continuing education and I used AI a lot to answer those. I know a guy that left a trailer shop for 20 years and went and opened his own trailer parts house and stole most of the business from his old boss. It was messed up. Yeah, I mean, that's business, though. You always got to get a no compete. You know, like one of the reasons, like if I work with anybody, right? Like if I work with anybody on my YouTube channel, one of the prime things is a no compete and an NDA. You know, because you got to be able to run your business without fear of that, right? So it's like, if somebody works with me and wants promotion, I got to make sure they're not streaming at the same time as me targeting the same things. Because if not, they're going to just try to, you know, they're just going to try to do what I do. And it's just going to be building up competition. That just doesn't make sense. Business is cutthroat like that, man. You got to, you know, business is business, you know. Yeah, but right now I'm guessing the Dixie is going to be falling down because of the strength. It's going up short term, but falling down in pre-market is, yeah, and that's exactly what we're getting right now. So going up short term because the SPY's dipping short term. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Yeah, I don't think you're being overwhelmingly negative or anything like that. Look at the dollar index move up. SPY dropping down some. Yeah, that's messed up if it's his dad, you know. All right, guys. So yeah, market's kind of chopping back and forth. Tesla on the left, dollar index on the right, SPY in the middle here. Pulling back down a little bit now, finally, but been moving up basically all day. Yeah, we do have Jolts report coming out later on. Hey, what's up, T4? Hey, thanks, man. Hope you're doing good, brother. Honestly, bro, I've been playing UFC 4 a lot lately, man. When's the new one coming out, dude? I gotta change this song. This song's not good. There it is. CBS calls. All right, good luck, man. This summer? Okay, cool. Yeah, definitely top 3 most humble. If you do get a signed business, I expect beginner trading stickers, wall vinyl, and all saying top 3. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do it yet. Again, I'm kind of in the process, man. Like, I just got my real estate license back active again. And so I'm in the process of building that business now. And I'm trying to figure out what my plan is for that. Like, business is, real estate's a local thing. So I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. And again, I did get a separate phone line because if I put my number out there on YouTube, then I don't want, I'm not giving anybody my personal number. Any ideas for that? So it's like, okay, so I'm trying to look for a way to optimize. I'm trying to use a way for I'm trying to look for a way to optimize and use my YouTube channel to get real estate clients is what I'm actually looking for. So but I would have to create a separate real estate based page. And so I'm trying to think of like what that niche would look like. A lot of people do like YouTube channels based around like their hometown and stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah, all good, Chris. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. How do I see the market? I think the market's a little bit too extended up for me today. So I don't know. I think the market is a little bit too extended up there. Yeah, for sure, David. But like, yeah, and again, I got. Again, I don't know what to like. Okay, I could basically post about my city. Gold. Use a video landing page. Yeah, I mean, all good. I can build that pretty simple, brother. I appreciate it, David. But like, again, no offense. I appreciate the offer of help, brother. But that really is something that I can build myself, man. I don't really need to hire anybody to build it. I'm pretty good at editing, bro. You know, and marketing in general in that way. So, you know. Yeah, this is my brokerage data because I know if the rules on Trek, if you advertise yourself, which I'm not really advertising myself or trying to get clients, but just in case, this is the broker I'm under. Again, you can look it up. You're not going to be able to find my phone number, but this is the broker I'm under right now. Old, she was an old real estate coach of mine from back in the day, but that is my broker for real estate, just because Trek rules make me say that anytime I'm promoting myself, so I have to put that up. But yeah, my name is John London, JOHNLONDON. Again, I have to say that. Again, you're not going to be able to find my number, so don't even try. Not going to work. Gotcha, man. Video tours and new constructions, real estate tips, etc. Yeah, that's a good idea. For no reason, up. Yeah, that's what I'd have to do, is start a new channel. And that's what I'm gonna do. I could sign up. Real estate agents can sign up to wherever they want. It's not like, okay, a lot of people think you have to like get a job as a real estate agent. I can sign up to any broker I want. Basically it's me interviewing the brokerage, not the brokerage interviewing me to see if they want me to work for them, right? It's not like the brokerage hires you in real estate. You hire whatever broker you want. They're trying to get your business. So yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll definitely I'll probably redirect people to my real estate page when I have it. But I finally got my license active again. Took me a little while. Freaking continued education, but yeah, right now, again, I think the market's a little bit too extended here. If we look at a 180-day chart, you kind of see what I'm talking about here. So the market has basically been steady pushing up over the last, month or so. Here's 3 weeks ago. So market has basically gone straight up since the last few weeks. So yeah, the market has basically gone straight up. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do, David. My guess is that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably use Opsity, which is realtor.com, and Zillow is my guess. I'll use a mix of both of those. And again, I don't mind dumping some money into it. It just depends. Like, I'm in the financial situation now where I really do have the benefit of just kind of like not needing clients. Like, I don't really need clients. Like before, when I was an agent, I've done a bunch of deals, number one. So it's not like I ever really struggled per se. It wasn't Glenn Ross, but I'm in a very unique position now where I'm very comfortable financially, and I don't really need clients. I can also pay to advertise myself. I was thinking about getting a billboard as well, but putting top 3 realtors on that billboard. But yeah. Sean, AMC is crashing because they basically had to do a settlement with shareholders because shareholders sued them because of the ape dividend. So are you like Jack Lemmon or Kevin Spacey? Bro, I'm like Alec Baldwin, bro. Okay. Y'all can't drink coffee until you make a sale, all right? I'm banning everybody from drinking coffee out here, Yeah, we got the Jolts job report today. Relevant data. We'll see. What do you think of Elon adding the Doge logo? I mean, I'm assuming Doge is up big, huh? Honestly, the market's been glitching, or Twitter's been glitching a little bit for me lately. All right, dollar index moving up. We're watching Tesla here. All right, market's finally starting to bounce up a little bit. I don't mind a bounce move here too. Honestly, I really have been liking pre-market trading a little bit better. Coffees for closers. Yeah, I was thinking about advertising to like traders. You know, like I get somebody on the phone, I'm saying, hey, I'm definitely top 3 most genius marketers in the world right now. Look at my YouTube channel, you know. But if I catch a trader and they find out I have the YouTube channel, they'll almost certainly keep me as their realtor because, you know, well, you know, definitely top 3 traders ever. Yeah, I've traded Forex before. It's not really my niche, but is it fixed commission? Yeah, so I mean, there's no there. It's against the law to have to have a fixed commission rate. Commission is always negotiable, but I would say generally, and again, it's not always. It's all negotiable. Generally, the commission is 3% per side, right? So 6% of the price total goes to the realtor. Look it up, but right, the average Texas commission rate is 5.5% of what the home sells for, which is, you know, again, generally from what I experience, I'm not going to do anything under 3 most of the time. So to put it into perspective, for real estate, buyer's agents are free. You know, the seller is who pays the commission for both, right? So the seller pays both the buyer's agent commission and the seller agent commission. And so just to give you like the math behind it, right? The way it really works is like this. So say the home sells for 500,000, right? 500,000. Me as an agent, I'm going to keep 3% of that. So I'm going to keep 15K out of that purchase for me personally. But some of it's going to go to my broker. So really, I'm only going to keep 12K of that. 3K is going to go to my broker, right? So I do a $500,000 deal. I basically get 12,000 from that deal for the most part, off and on. Again, none of this is for sure. We're just kind of talking about basic numbers. Six is old school. Most people want 5. I want to do more than 4. Well, yeah, but I mean, I get it. Okay, I understand people want to be cheap with realtors. Like, I get it, but like, again, you get the same type of people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna do for sale by owner, bro. It's so difficult to find an agent that wants to work with that, right? Because again, you got to understand, buyers agents are not going to want to work for free. And then the person will come along and be like, "Oh, hey, well, you know, you got to do both sides. Like, let the buyer's agent do the buyer and seller side, because that's what they're going to have to do. Even if it's for sale by owner, you're basically making the buyer agent do both sides, and you're paying them for half. So it's like, y'all, people can be cheap with realtors, but it's just going to make the realtors not want to work with them most of the time. And it's one of the reasons for sale by owner houses sit for way longer than actual listed houses, And so I think people get really weird about 5%, but it's like, you got to understand that's, if you get cheap with it, there's a huge chance that the house just won't sell. It depends on what it is. Now, if it's an investment house, if it's like a flip or something like that, fine. But if it's like a residential home, it's better to just pay the realtors the money. It depends on how much the home is. Honestly, I'm thinking about going after the luxury market, because like, for instance, I sell $1 million house, right? So my half of the commission is going to be $30K on that milli home, right? I'll keep $24K. I do 2 of those a year. That's $50K extra income a year. All right, so SPY bouncing at the volume weighted average price at 412s. Yeah, I mean, again, when I was young as a realtor, I'd take any client I could get. Again, the problem there, and again, here's my broker. My name is John London, JOHNLONDON. Because again, if you advertise yourself on social media, uh, Trek says that you have to list your brokerage information. That's my broker right there. Anyways, but yeah, so I did deals when I was young, and bro, I would get freaking pushed around on these things. Like, I would have clients, like, a lot of the time, the biggest time wasters is clients who they're looking at houses that are outside their budget. Like, they'll have like $130,000 mortgage approval, but they're wanting to look at like $200,000 houses and then put in really low ball offers, essentially just kind of bothering the seller and wasting the seller's time, and the seller's just kind of like, no. And so that's the biggest. And so then basically people are unrealistic about what they want. They got 130K mortgage approval and they want to look at $200,000 houses, and then they want me to put in offers well below the list price, and or the problem with sellers is the same thing. Sellers wanting to list their house for far more than it's actually worth. And then when the house doesn't sell, they're looking at me all sideways like, well, it's like, I told you the house was expensive, you're pricing it too high. That's the biggest thing. But at this point in time, again, I've got the luxury of being able to just not need any of that stuff. I don't have to work with anybody. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, well, Zillow's notorious for being wrong. Unique. I'm not saying your house ain't worth that, brother, but again, Zillow is notorious for being just wrong about house prices. All right, guys. Again, SPY bounced a little bit at the VWAP here. The dollar index is starting to pull back some. Again, we did have some news with the ape lawsuit settlement. AMC tumbling down in pre-market today because of that lawsuit failure. Yeah, but real estate's not tips. I'm not working for tips. But regardless of that, again, I think regardless of anything, number one, I think it goes like this, right? I think if you're gonna eat out at a restaurant, you need to at least tip 10 to 15% at the bare minimum. If your food takes a long time, it's usually not your server's fault. So like, you penalizing your server and not tipping them because it took an extra 5-10 minutes to get your food is just a selfish, like, crappy thing to do. So like, if you're gonna eat out, you gotta at least pay 10 to 15%.
That's the minimum, regardless of how long it takes, regardless of any of that stuff. Because again, it's not your server's fault if it takes a long time. It's generally the cook's fault. And I think you got a lot of people who, regardless whether they agree or disagree with tips, they're just kind of selfish. I'm the opposite. I've worked in the service industry before, and so I've kind of got a soft spot for servers, and so I will generally tip well, regardless of anything, regardless of whether it's good service, bad service. You don't know what those people are going through, man. You don't know how good or bad of a day they've had, So I just try to be nice. Again, I've worked in the service industry, when I was younger, and it's a tough job, not fun. Yeah, for sure, Tiago, 100%, bro. Yeah, for sure. If you're sitting down somewhere, you got to tip. Now, pickup is different. I'll tip a little bit on pickup, but it's not as much. All right, guys. Market's pushing up a little bit now. Still trying to be patient and wait around for some good stuff here. Market's moving up some though. Again, I think we're a little bit extended on the upside now, to be honest. Too much for me to really want to buy anything, to be completely real. All right, get a little bit of a dip again. Are you guys willing to short the market right now? Yeah, for sure, Paul. 100%, man. What's up, Piper? How you doing, bro? Yeah, for sure. I got a tip, dude. It's again, if you work in the service industry, you understand. Well, that's good. 16 to 21% is fine. Yeah, if it's really bad service, if they're rude, that's a different story, But honestly, I can honestly, genuinely say I don't think I've ever not tipped, at least over the last 10 years. I don't think I've ever never tipped somebody. I've left cash and doing other stuff, but Hey, good luck. Shorting is technically the right thing to do, as overextended as it is, but I'm not touching shorts with a 10-foot. But if you are broke, though, if you're broke, then don't eat out at restaurants, man. You know, like if you're broke, order out or don't eat out at restaurants. Like, it's a selfish thing to be served, but then not tip. You know. Yeah, I mean, the last 2 weeks are probably the slowest weeks we have here on this channel. There's a little, so basically the way this channel works is we cover all the big economic data. So we cover like jobless claims, retail sales, CPI, PPI, Jerome Powell meetings, press conferences, earnings, CPI, you know, rate hike decisions, all that stuff. But I would say once a quarter, we get a very quiet 2-week period, and that's the last 2 weeks. Right. And the 2-week period is when we don't really have much going on. There's not really any big economic data to talk about. So, you know, it's quiet with everything else. That ends basically tomorrow. That ends. So Wednesday, we have non-farm employment change. Thursday, we have jobless claims. Friday, the market's closed. The futures market is still going to be open. So we'll still probably stream, you know, for at least a couple hours to cover the unemployment drop as well as the non-farm payroll drop. And again, that is Friday. We'll still stream probably a little bit Friday. And then next week, it really pops off with CPI, PPI, Fed minutes, jobless claims, and a bunch of other stuff. So next week is a big week, very active, very, very volatile week to pay attention to. And then basically after that, earnings season starts again. And so then we're going to have Tesla earnings, Netflix earnings, all that good stuff. We're going to have a lot of that stuff coming out. And so again, basically today is probably the last slow day that we're going to have in a while. Every other day aside from today is probably going to be quick. Tomorrow, again, non-farm employment change data. Thursday, jobless claims. Friday, unemployment and non-farm payroll data. Next week, we got Fed minutes. We've got CPI. We've got PPI. Next week after that, we've got earnings. We've got other economic releases. Let me see what other economic releases we have going forward. But yeah. Let's see what we got here. So again, next week we got a lot of stuff. So next week, let's go ahead and talk about it. All right, so next week, Monday, the market's closed. Tuesday, is the market closed Tuesday too? I don't know. Tuesday, very quiet day. Yeah, but Wednesday, we got CPI. We have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision at 10. We got the Fed minutes report at 2 Wednesday. Thursday, we've got PPI data coming out. We got PPI data Thursday, big day. Thursday, PPI data. Friday, I don't think we have anything. Oh, Friday, we got core retail sales numbers. Core retail sales Friday. So Friday, we got retail sales. We also have industrial production numbers Friday. And so basically every day next week is going to be pretty volatile, starting Wednesday. Tuesday's a little bit slower, but again, I think the market's closed Monday for Easter. The following week, we've got, is this Monday? Yeah. So the following week is New York State Manufacturing Index Monday. Tuesday, we've got building permit data and housing starts, and then Canadian CPI. Wednesday, we've got England CPI coming out. And then Wednesday's actually kind of slow. Thursday, we got the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. We've got existing home sales. And then Friday, we've got manufacturing PMI and services PMI. But earnings are what sparks the next week. So earnings are what's coming out. Not this week. This week's kind of slow for earnings. Next week is pretty slow too. But the week after next, on the 18th, is when earnings really start. So again, after next week with CPI, Fed minutes report, jobless claims, all that stuff, the week of the 17th. So the week the 17th starts, it pops off I think it actually might start popping off Friday. So yeah, Friday. So next Friday, not the movie. Next Friday, we start to pop off with bank earnings, right? So after the crazy week next week where we got Fed minutes, CPI, PPI, jobless claims, Friday on the 14th, we have bank earnings. We got BlackRock, Citigroup, JP Morgan, PNC, which is going to be wildly relevant to the market considering all the banking problems that we've had going on. Wildly relevant. It's going to be incredibly important to pay attention to. Again, Monday the 14th. I think this is the 14th. Let me make sure. Yeah, Monday the 14th. We've got BlackRock, Citigroup, JP Morgan, PNC, United Health, Wells Fargo earnings all in the morning. In the evening, we don't really have anything. We've got CNET and a few other things. But Friday we got bank earnings. The Monday after that, we got Charles Schwab, State Street. So another two big banks, Carlyle Group, CG. After that, let me see what else we got. Maybe base it off of popularity. We got Pinnacle Financial in the evening. Not really super big, but again, Tuesday, we got Bank of America, Johnson & Johnson, Goldman Sachs, Ericsson, Commerce Bankshare. In the evening, so on the 18th of Tuesday, we got Netflix earnings, Interactive Broker earnings. We've got Fulton Financial Group. Wednesday, on the 19th, we've got Morgan Stanley, Baker Hughes, Abbott, Citizens, NASDAQ, Ally, Allegiance in the morning. In the evening, so in the evening on the 19th, we have Tesla, IB, United Airlines, big earnings. That's when the earnings season really sparks off with Tesla earnings. Again, that happens on the 19th, on April 19th. So again, not next week, but the week after, that's when the earnings season really kicks off. Thursday of that week, we've got AT&T, American Express, Nokia, Blackstone, Rite Aid, Phillips Morris, Comerica, all that good stuff. In the evening, we got PPG. We've got a bunch of other stuff as well. So again, earnings popping off that week. The following Monday, we got Coca-Cola, Royal Phillips. We've got a bunch of other companies too. Tuesday, we got UPS, Verizon, GM, McDonald's, GE, Spotify, Pepsi. In the evening, we got Chipotle, Texas Instruments. So yeah, earnings season starts off, and then basically it's full steam ahead after that. We got Facebook earnings on the 26th. So yeah, earnings season is here over the next couple weeks. And again, today's the last slow day. I'm excited. Let me know what you guys think. Let me check back here on the chat. Bro, who tips McDonald's, guys? Hey, what's up, Voorhees? I think it's closed Friday also. This Friday? Yeah, the market's closed this Friday. The futures market's not. The futures market closes early. Tip you regardless. Hey. I've worked in the food industry for years. It's not my customer's job to make sure they make my wage. Yeah, but it's not about working in the food industry. Working in the food industry is different. I'm talking about servers. I'm not talking about cooks. You know, like again, cooks have a higher hourly wage than servers. All right. I'm talking about if you're going out to eat in the U.S., you need to be tipping people. You know, if you're not, it's selfish. You know what I mean? Again, I've worked in the service industry enough to understand. You know, right? If you don't have enough money to tip, just eat at home or order pickup. Yes, buddy. Here, you pull it back and then you push it forward. Let's see if we can get it. More. Pull it back forward. You got to jerk it. Okay. All right, buddy. I love you, man. Have a good day at school, bud. I love you, buddy. You feeling okay today, man? All right, good. All right, I love you. All right, I love you. Have a good day. All right. It's not about it being hypocritical, Rick. It's about the fact that servers make less than the cooks in terms of base hourly pay. All right, market's testing the volume weighted average price now. We'll see if it bounces here. Yeah, John, I mean, I understand if they don't do their job correctly, but again, I think it depends on what it is. Like again, if there was a mistake in your order, a lot of the time it's not your server's fault. A lot of the time it's the cook's fault. If your food is taking too long, a lot of the time it's not the server's fault. It's the cook's fault. And so not tipping for stuff like that, again, is selfish in my opinion, but it's all good. Again, I don't really want it to be something we argue about. I think we could all pretty much agree if you're going out and eating in restaurants and you're taking one small thing that happened wrong and using that as an excuse not to tip, you're just being cheap, Yeah, I think it's probably people that have never worked there. I've worked in the food industry a lot when I was younger. Tough job, not easy. Yeah, just a hard job, man. Anybody that's actually worked there understands. I was bartended for a while, same thing. Bartending easier than serving food, but still not fun sometimes. I'm not saying I'm the only one that worked in the service industry. What's your thoughts on Bitcoin? Are we going to dump to new lows anytime soon? I don't really know about Bitcoin, man. We'll see. I think anything could happen there. I don't really know. Right now, I think Bitcoin looks solid. It's holding well. Yeah, market's kind of flat right now. I mean, we might buy this dip a little bit, but it's going to be small size currently. All right, we're in 25 shares. We'll see if that holds. Yeah, definitely top 3 restaurant servers in the world right now for sure. Definitely top 3. How is the market flying? I don't know. Market's gapping up. It's up to 412s. It flew yesterday for sure. Yeah, again, the reason the S&P 500 moves up is because stocks move up. Is there a way to see what percentage of the market is short, like markets in general, not one particular stock? Well, there's a way to see. Look up heat map. Look up S&P 500 heat map. It'll show you what S&P 500 listed stocks are doing green or red on the day. Generally pretty useful. Honestly, it's already to a point where servers could start to get replaced. And I'll tell you how that happens here. Okay. So like servers could start getting replaced because of this, right? So a lot of the time, like right now you have a server, it's nothing against servers, but I'd rather not have to talk to a server. And I think one thing that we're going to see over the next 10 to 15 years is we're going to see ordering booths. where there's a touch screen ordering thing, kind of like McDonald's has, but it's going to be in all restaurants. It's going to be probably on the table itself, is my guess, right? It's going to be built into the table. You're going to be able to pick out what you want, order it as a touch screen device, kind of like an iPad, but it's going to be built into the table, and you're going to order, hey, I want this hamburger with this, take this out, take this, and this, and everybody's going to place their order, and then they're going to have a machine that brings it out. They're going to have like a little robot that rolls it out, and you grab your food, and then that's it, right? And it's going to completely replace servers. It's not going to have anything to do with Chat GPT, but that's how servers are going to eventually be replaced. Like, without question. Like, that's going to happen within the next 10 to 15 years for sure. We already have the technology to do that. The only problem is that that's going to be kind of expensive to get out there, but again, you're going to be saving. And again, I think at this point, the one thing that's saving that from happening right now is tipping culture. I think right now the restaurant owners can get away with not doing that because they already don't have to pay servers that much, right? Like, tips are going to compensate. They're already only paying servers a couple bucks an hour now. And they're going to make more on the back end with tips, but the consumer is already paying for that. But I still think it's an inevitability that eventually that's going to happen. Eventually you're just going to order food from the table, from a tablet-like thing, and a little bot's going to roll it out there and serve you. And I'm not going to tip a robot. I'm just going to say that. Well, heavy trader. Here we are. Market's flying up. Yeah, for sure, beach bum, 100%. It's just, I'm not saying they don't have that now. I know that's already a thing, but what I'm saying is that it's going to be much more prevalent within a couple years. Yeah, the tablet's definitely going to ask for 20%, and I'm a sucker for that. Like, I go to Big Oats Tacos, and they're like, do you want a tip? And I always tip. No, because no one wants to touch the same thing another guy's touched and then eat. Well, I mean, listen, brother, you're in for a rude awakening. You know why? It's because everything that you sit on at a restaurant has been touched by somebody else. You're already doing that, man. Just like they clean the table, they're gonna clean the tablet too. It's gonna be all good. That's gonna be pretty simple solve there. Definitely top 3 best tippers in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. All right, guys. So we bought a little bit of the SPY. I'm going to add a little bit more. We're going to take 100 shares here. Live a little spicy right now. Whoa, look at that. $119 down. Spicy living right now with 100 shares of the SPY. SPY's pushing up. Let me give it a little bit more time. There we go. All right, we're going to take half off there. Lock it in. Take a little bit more off there. 50 shares left. Got the nice little pop right in time. Little dip. Take a little bit more off there and let the rest ride now. Be a little bit more patient with it since we can. Is there a trading platform in which you can have unlimited trading without the 25K account? Well, the futures market, there's no PDT rule. You can do essentially what I'm doing on the SPY right now. If you see me day trading the SPY like this, you can do this in futures with no PDT restriction. Like here's Top Step. So like here's Quant Tower with Top Step. You can see buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the S. The only difference is sizing. Aside from that, I am day trading the S&P 500 in futures. If you look at the E-mini futures contract on the left, and then you look at the SPY right there and you minimize it, it's the same price action. Like, look, this is the same as this. But you can trade this left side, no PDT rule. You can day trade, short it in futures, no PDT restrictions. Again, if you want to try out a funded account program, which is the cheapest way to try futures out, if you're good enough and you pass the test, then they still allow you to keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. If you don't pass it, you're going to lose a lot less than you would if you put the money up yourself, right? So if you want to try out futures, try out Top Step. They're a sponsor of mine, but it really is the most legit futures program in the world for funded accounts. They've been around for over a decade. They're kind of who everybody else copies off of. I saw somebody on Twitter relate Top Step to Harvard in terms of funded account programs. They've been around before everybody else. Great way to check them out. I'm using Quant Tower as the platform. All right, guys. Again, we're in 25 shares. We'll see if this continues back up. It's just cheaper to lose a funded account program than it is to put up the money yourself and lose that. Again, I lost thousands when I first got started trading, and again, so there's definitely use. All right, market's still pumping up a little bit here. Again, we're up a small amount. Here's Tesla. Quant Tower, Quantower. So Quant, like Quantower, Quant Tower. Yeah, you know me. I mean, of course I got accepted into the Harvard of funded account programs. Top Step, the Harvard of funded account programs. Listen, I mean, when you're the top 3 greatest YouTube trader of all time, I mean, listen, you don't even need to apply. Honestly, Harvard applies to me, okay? And I accept them or not, But listen, when you're top 3, you can do it like that. As I take my $12 profit. But yeah, What made you choose Quant Tower? Well, so I am sponsored by Top Step, so they pay me money, and they wanted me to use Quant Tower. But Quant Tower is honestly the most similar to TOS in terms of like building stuff. Like it's a lot easier for me on Quant Tower. I like it. I like it better than Trade Evade, but you can use any platform. You can use Quant Tower. You can use Trade Evade. You can use Trading View. You can use R Trader Pro. You can use there's like 20 plus platforms I think they offer. All right, we pull it back a little bit. Part of me wants to add some to this, but I don't know what to do here, to be honest. Are you a Harvard grad? I mean, the Harvard of funded account programs, you know. Yeah, I mean, Harvard funded account program is kind of like the South Harmon Institute of Technology, you know. No, I'm just kind of trolling you guys. No, I didn't graduate from freaking Harvard, bro. I wish I did, man. Yeah, you can set up a bunch of different screens, Ephraim. I shorted all day yesterday, heavy. I think. Anyone else doesn't like FedEx because they make your package shipped, but they ship the next day? Everybody does that, CT, to be honest. Like, they all do that, bro. Listen, I used to have a used book business that I'd use U.S. Postal Service media mail is the cheapest way to ship anything. If it's media related. So anything with paper is media, you know, just put it in perspective. But they all do that. They all confirm shipment and then they put it in the mail the next day. It just depends though. Depends on what it is. Air mail's different, you know. But base, yeah. No, man. Yeah, I don't know whether I want to add to this or not. Tesla is kind of what's dragging the market down a little bit. Tesla broke back under 197s here. But I think we got enough to where we could probably just toy with this a little bit. Yeah. AMC, bro, just getting destroyed here, man. What's the justification from AMC traders today, I guess? Like, are they going to say this is a good thing? Like, what is everybody saying about AMC now? Yeah, so, of course, what do you know? AMC traders, bro, AMC traders come up with the most ridiculous theories here, dude. Like, AMC traders will literally be like, hey, guys, since last week, you know, AMC hit the price of 423 last week. Or, you know, 3 years ago today, AMC hit 576. You know, yesterday, AMC hit 376. And so that means because of that, you know, the shorts must cover at the 376 level. And in turn, AMC's got a chance to rip up from 376 all the way up to 7,000 today based off of that and now based off of that theory. You know, we got this, boys. We're going to do it. That's like the normal AMC. They're just, you know what I mean? Like, that's what they're doing. Like, at a certain point, it's just kind of like, all right, another ridiculous theory here. You know? Like, come on now, man. Call a spade, AMC traders. Let's be honest here for a second. AMC's got $1 billion in the float. $1 billion. Even if it does squeeze, it ain't gonna squeeze much. And they're like, AMC hit $4 last week, and now because it hit $4 this week, and because this person said this thing 5.5 years ago, now AMC's got the chance to squeeze up to $7 million a share. Never selling. You know, I'm not selling until AMC hits 5 million a share. You know, what are y'all talking about, man? You know, like, naked shorts and synthetic shares are so difficult to prove. Like, every stock has them, number one. Like, every stock has synthetic shares and naked shorts. It doesn't mean anything. And again, when the float is a billy in the float, you know how hard it is to get any type of reasonable momentum from 1 billion shares? You know, the biggest thing AMC's got going for it is the supported, the followers. But at a certain point, You can't blame the skeptics, because skeptics are honestly, they've been right. Here's the daily chart of AMC. The skeptics have been right. You know, and I know that's not a fun thing to accept if you're an AMC trader, that like basically you got taken advantage of by a bunch of bag holders that told you to hold and never sell. I understand it. That might be a hard thing to look at objectively. But like, I think in stock trading, you got to look at things objectively sometimes. And again, maybe AMC ends up doing something big. I don't know. All I know is Adam Aaron has been incredibly inconsistent. Ron has said the ape divvy was great. It's the greatest thing. It's going to save AMC. And then a year later, the ape divvy is the worst thing ever. Now we need to consolidate shares again and do a reverse split so we don't get delisted eventually. And, you know, I don't know, man. At a certain point, there's just so much, what's the word? Sensationalism, I guess is the word, that you got to just kind of look at it and say, well, maybe it squeezes, but at this point, I wouldn't bet money on it. You know, and again, what I will say to AMC traders is like being a part of that community doesn't mean anything, man. Like most of that community is built on traders who are stuck in long-term positions in AMC where they're losing big money in it, man. Like you should never fanboy one specific stock in stock market trading. Like that's not a profitable trading strategy. Like getting behind, like if you look at all the stocks, again, I have a very unique perspective here. All right. Like I have seen traders pump up thousands of stocks over the last 6 years of running this channel. Thousands of stocks. You know, they come here and they say CEI is going to go crazy. SOS is the next big thing. BBIG is going to moon, you know, and like, again, you know what those communities are just filled with people who are stuck in positions. They're stuck, you know, like they're stuck. They lost a bunch of money. They were day trading in and then it turned on them really quick. And instead of selling, they just decided to sit. And then those are the people who are built, like who make up those communities of traders. That are people who are in huge losing positions, who are all sitting there patting each other on the back saying, one day, guys, one day, right? Fanboying a stock. It's not like, again, if you want to talk a bunch of retail traders into holding a bad fundamental company, how do you do it? Genuine question. If you want to talk a bunch of retail traders into holding a bad fundamental company, if you want to talk a bunch of retail traders into holding a company that has a daily chart that looks like this, how do you do it? How do you talk retail traders into holding that? You make it a morality issue is what you do. You say, don't sell, guys. Then you're going to let the evil ones win. You say, oh, look at Benzinga had this error. They're evil. You know, fight against evil, guys. Like that's how they talk you into it. They say it's a moral issue. You know, never mind the daily chart looks like this. You know, like let's just be real here for a second. Again, I don't want the ape smoke, you know, but like let's just be honest for a second here. Let's just be honest. I mean, again, I'm not against AMC. I'm actually in AMC, but it's a very small trade, you know. But you got to call a spade after a certain point. Apple pushing up, man. Apple has been one of the biggest leaders in all this. Apple basically hitting 170s. Dude, more than half of the people had no idea what they were doing. Yeah, 100%. A lot of the influencers, like a lot of the big traders that became somewhat famous from AMC, or new traders. They're retail traders that had only started trading less than a year prior to covering AMC, right? So again, like a lot of these guys are literally taking advice from a lot of the new traders. Like if you look at what happened to a lot of the AMC community, right? A lot of the AMC traders, almost all the big time creators pivoted to something else. They said, "Oh yeah, don't talk about AMC. Let's cover the rate hike decisions now, or let's cover, whatever. We're just gonna act like it never happened. We're gonna go ahead and cover something else. Don't mind us. I mean, we caused you to lose your life savings, and now you're desperate, emotional, and sitting on a stock that's $4 a share. But yeah, we're gonna pivot to talk about something else now. And again, I don't hate AMC traders. I'm in AMC. All right, I really am. Like, I don't hate AMC traders. But I think you got to be honest about it. And hopefully I'm helping people really snap out of it and understand. Like, again, fanboying a company is not the path to wealth. It's just not. Again, you got to look at things objectively. I've never been so loyal to any company that I hold it through 90% in losses. You know what I mean? Nothing, no major positions, at least, no big positions. Why is German, British pound, US keep flying? I don't know. Could have to do with the dollar index. Tesla on the left, Apple on the right here. Florida State. Honestly, props to the LSU Lady Tigers for basketball, man. Props to them. Yeah, Caitlin Clark was being all disrespectful and doing the same thing or whatever it was, right? And then when our team does it, then they get all mad and act like it's bad sportsmanship. The only people saying it's bad sportsmanship are Iowa fans who are just mad they lost. 100%. That's all it is. Caitlin Clark does the same thing. I'm for it. Let him be competitive, So Angel Reese, let her talk her smack, man. I'm for it. Any data in 10 minutes? No, not really. No, we don't have anything. No big economic data coming out today. So the market's closed Friday today, right? Yeah, today we don't really have anything. We got Canadian building permit data, trade balance data that I don't think it's going to influence the market super heavily. Jolts job report in about an hour and a half comes out. That's the biggest, most relevant thing today. Is the Jolts job report. All right, market's still moving up a little bit. I'm still in a small trade here. I'm still in a little trade. But we've already taken most of the profit off. I'm just trying to see if the market rips up some more. If we push up some more, I might short the market too. I'm definitely a little bit more short bias at the opening bell. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta grab something. We are back. ETH pushing. Yeah, the whole market's pushing up there, which is good. I mean, I'm for it. 28.5. All right. Let me see. You should be able to hear me, I think, right? Yeah. For whatever reason, my browser stuff stopped. There we go. If you can hear the music, you should be able to. Let me know if you can hear the music. You should be. So AMC got sued by shareholders, and they settled that lawsuit. It came out today. All right, team. Again, let me know what you guys think of the opening bell. We've been pretty sideways leading up to this. Not really much stuff going on. Market's pulling back now. Bed Bath and Beyond and GameStop. Yeah, I see GameStop up there. Bed Bath and Beyond, man. Everybody's been talking about a squeeze again. Bed Bath and Beyond is so weak right now. So weak, dude. Tesla's starting to rip back up, testing 197s here. Apple at 166.65s. Oh, can y'all not hear music? Is the music off? No. Sorry. Well, let me fix that. Better? What do you think about WWE? I think the UFC and WWE acquiring is good. I'm looking for Endeavor the actual, I think EDR is the UFC symbol. So they actually dropped on the news of the acquisition from Endeavor. Again, Apple at 166.60 here, SPY at 412. You can just wait BBB buy to go above 200 moving average, then buy the squeeze. You don't need to hold it before it happens. You're still going to make it. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Again, I think Bed Bath & Beyond, man, it's just been volatile. All right, so I'm still in the SPY. I'm not in anything major here to where SPXU. I also think NG going up too. I saw the bit during the last run. Yeah, I mean, the last time I was in BBBO was a while ago. Okay. All right, guys. So we still got about an hour until the market opens. Let me see what else we got. Market pulling back. I could add a little bit more. We're still above the 200 EMA on the VWAP here. Okay. All right, so we are getting a little bit of a pop. I could add a little bit more, and I guess I will. We're going to add 60 shares in. We've got a little bit of a cushion already. I like the fact that we just popped right back over the VWAP fast. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe AMC rips. I might buy a little bit more of AMC, actually. Just because I think with the size of the following right now, I think this is cheap. So we just added a little bit more to AMC. All right, so we're, you know, and we'll see if this works out. So you think we're not going to pivot now? So you're a bull now, Heavy. Is that true? I'm not a major shareholder. I'm not really bashing AMC, Gabby. Again, to put it into perspective, what I'm trying to tell people is simple. Is that don't get wrapped up in hype, man. Like, you shouldn't ever fanboy any specific stock. You know, that doesn't mean there's not objective value at $3 and something cents for AMC. I'm also not a major shareholder as well, and I think people have to stop taking criticisms regarding stocks personally. You know, again, if I say, hey, I don't like a specific stock or whatever it is, and you take that personally, you're too emotional about your positions. Because regardless of it, the endearing part of the stock market is that we all have different perspectives on stocks. And again, I told you guys I was holding AMC. I've been holding it for a while now, but it doesn't mean I shouldn't criticize the sensationalized nature of traders and pushing AMC. Right? Like, that's stuff that you should criticize. Like Adam Aaron being incredibly inconsistent, bashing Benzinga, and then telling people the ape divvy is great, and then telling people getting rid of the ape divvy is great, and then all this different stuff kind of pulling shareholders around. That should be criticized, I think. Yeah, all good, Gabby. I understand. He's a big cuddly bear. Yeah, all good. So what do you think the market's going to do, Heavy? So you don't think the market will react positively to a pivot? You don't think the market will like a pivot? I think the market might like a pivot, man. Yeah, I think the market might like a pivot. Sometimes people can't handle the truth when it's against what they're thinking. It takes time to sink in. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, how do you think the market will react to a pivot? Yeah, I don't know. I think a pivot will probably cause bullish action, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know whether a pivot's going to be good or bad. All right, so again, we're in the SPY here. Tesla dipping down. That might drag the market down some. It's at 196.50 here. Apple pulling back a little bit as well. So we're starting to get some more weakness in stocks. Something's pushing the SPY up a little bit still short term, though. And so we're still in this trade. Oh, no, we actually got a dip. It just hasn't reflected yet. You can see it in the price. So we just haven't actually reflected in the dip price yet. But the dip's going to show up. Could you share a few rules you use when trading? Like, I think you only go long if the stock is over the VWAP and vice versa. Not always. Depends on what it is, to be honest. So it really depends on what it is. Some of my rules are that I never invest in penny or mid-cap stocks. And I know I'm missing out on maybe some opportunity there in that regard with investing in mid-caps. I know there's some mid-caps that are going to eventually turn into blue chips, and I'm going to miss out on those gains. But I just think mid-caps are incredibly risky. I think that they're incredibly overhyped. I think a lot of the time people look at them like they're blue chips. And so you have kind of rookie traders investing in mid caps like they're blue chip healthy companies, like they're going to ride off into the sunset in 10 years. And a lot of those stocks like Peloton, Beyond Meat, there's a lot of them like Upstart, UPST to a certain extent. Like a lot of these companies are just fails, right? They're overhyped. They go from hundreds of dollars a share down to 10 or 5 or whatever it is. And so I think one of my rules is that I just don't invest in mid caps because of that. I avoid that. I think the risk is too high. I think the volatility is too high. And I think if you stick with blue chip healthy companies that have been around for over 30 years, over 20 years, I think it's going to help accuracy most of the time. And I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions is that investing in mid caps are safe. They're really not. They're high risk, high reward scenarios. So again, one of my big rules is that I just don't invest in mid caps. I don't invest in penny stocks either. All right, so we're flat on the day now on the SPY. We break out on the 200 EMA. We'll cut this. But yeah, that's one of my big rules. The other rule is that I don't invest in penny stocks. Of course, I look at base extension. So I look at like how much something is extended up or down on any time frame, whether it's a 1 minute time frame, a 5 minute time frame, a 20-minute time frame. A lot of the time I'm looking at a daily chart though. So a lot of the time I'll put up like a daily chart and I'll use this to influence whether I buy or not. And again, I've been buying up pullbacks and blue chips when we hit these levels here or these levels here. Like that's my favorite time to buy up stuff is when we start to hit these levels. And so I'm a bottom feeder, so I look for big pullbacks. In terms of day trading specifically, I just look for red to green moves. Green to red moves are a little bit more powerful. I use VWAP to influence trend and to determine what the trend is and stuff like that. And I just try to trade small. Yeah, I'm going to cut this. I see a lot of stuff starting to turn, and I don't feel like getting stuck in a big dip. So we're going to get out very small, basically break-even trade. Hey, thanks, Baller. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. All right, so pull back to the 200 EMA. We're kind of pressing that level now. We'll see if we get something good today. Again, up until Jolts job report, it's a pretty slow day. And again, that starts to heat up a little bit later. Crypto is doing all right. Do you think Tesla will bounce back today? I don't know. It dipped and corrected a lot of the big pullback that it made. Like, that's a pretty big correction on Tesla. And again, it's one of the reasons, like, I'm not a big investor in Tesla just because Tesla is so freaking volatile, man. Tesla is so volatile. It's just hard to watch. But one of the things I enjoyed covering is these Tesla investor days. What other stocks have investor days like Tesla? I'm assuming a lot of tech stocks do. Yeah, and tomorrow we do have some stuff today. Today we have Jolts job report is really what we got. So yeah, we got the Jolts report in about an hour and 20 minutes here. We'll put a timer up on the screen. I'm just glad the slow part of the few weeks is over with, and now we're going to have some volatile time. Samsung does one too, but they don't trade on New York Stock Exchange. Anything else that does that? Nvidia is releasing changes, and yeah, let me look at Nvidia is actually pretty big. So they don't really have anything else except for they have earnings in May. But we don't really have anything else in that regard. I know Tesla can be big. What about? Look at that Tesla. A couple weeks, Tesla's got their earnings drop. What else is big like that? I mean, Microsoft. They don't really have anything. They had their fireside chat series. Maybe we could have covered that. I've been AI press conference. Allen Iverson shows up. All right, market pulling back. Looks like me selling there was the right move. All right, so they already did. Alphabet already presented at the Morgan Stanley Technology, Media, and Telecom Conference. That already happened. But yeah, market's pulling back some now, which I thought it might. I mean, I thought we were pretty extended on the upside. Hey, what's up, MP? Yeah, again, I'm pretty flat today. I don't see much good going on right now. Okay, my source says sell everything now. Oh, man. Bro, I've heard so many people say that over the last couple weeks, man. Again, even if we do drop today, it doesn't mean much. Again, I've had so many people that have said, it's time now. The market's going to crash now. Sell now. Do it now. They basically stopped showing up to the stream because they know how wrong they've been over the last 3 months. John, my family owns a machine shop, and in a few years they might retire, and I love my current job, not working there. What would you do in that situation? Well, it depends on income, to be honest, brother. It really depends on how much you make at the machine shop, you know? Like if you're making over 2x what you're making now, then, you know, you should still consider it, in my opinion. You know, there's value and freedom and you know, a sense of pride that comes with running your own business. And so if you got the option to run your own business or work for somebody else, you got to look at like the ceiling potential. You know, because like your parents might run something a specific way, but you're younger, and so you might have better marketing plans and efforts and technology and understand how to use that and leverage that better. So you know, again, running your own business is going to be better in general than working for somebody else most of the time. And so as long as it's not like something that genuinely just makes you super unhappy, I think you got to consider taking the higher pay job and working for yourself. No, I kept saying we were going to crash and I'm still here, just banned. Well, if it's one thing to say we're going to crash, it's another thing. You most likely weren't banned for saying we were going to crash. You were most likely banned for just being disrespectful because you were emotional, because you were wrong about it. Uh, Again, so far we've been pushing up big percentages, you know. And so I mean, in hindsight, you guys know I was right. And so again, one of the big common things I'll say here is like, usually if you're super disrespectful about something, it means that you're emotional. And most of the time, that's kind of how it goes. Yeah, all good, CT. No worries, man. Yeah, sell it if you want, you know. Depends on how much it makes, though, to be honest. It really depends on how much it makes. If it makes anything over 100% more than what you're currently making, you got to consider it, in my opinion. Um, you know, you might not have liked working there, like working under your parents, but you might enjoy working there by yourself more, you know. John a bull. I mean, I'm not really anything. I go long and short. Regardless of anything else, you guys know. I mean, you guys know I've been right. I mean, that's pretty self-evident here, no? Again, I've been saying this for 3 months. Market's been flying up. Have I not been correct about my directional bias? I think I have. I think it's clear I have. I think today we're extended. Again, I'm not really holding anything long right now. I just don't trust it. But I think the market's just extended on the upside now, though, to be completely honest. You were right. No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all can call me a perm bull or a bull or say John's just bullish. But have I not been right about everything? I mean, that's one thing we can't pretend I haven't been. I've been telling you guys the market didn't have to crash, that the market might push up. And the market's been pushing up. You know, I mean, I don't think you can really argue against that. Now, I mean, I get it. Nobody likes to admit they're wrong. I get it. It's kind of a difficult thing for some people, and it's hard to be introspective and look at things objectively. But yeah, definitely top 3 most right traders in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. Yeah, I'm excited about banking earnings next week. Next week, there's more important things than banking earnings, though. So next Wednesday, we have the Fed. We have the Fed minutes report at 2 p.m., but we have CPI, which is the biggest release that we get here on a regular basis. Is CPI, big day. Wednesday. Wednesday's a huge day. Next week in general is big. We got bank earnings Friday. We got CPI Wednesday, PPI Thursday. A lot of stuff Wednesday. Next week, the volume. Like, again, volumes have been kind of light here on this channel because we don't have any economic data really coming out. We got the Jolts report today. Not the biggest release. Comes out in about an hour. We'll put the timer up, but it's, again, not the biggest release. But today is basically the last slow day that we're going to get for a while. Because, again, tomorrow we have non-farm employment data. Thursday, we have jobless claims. Friday, we have unemployment and non-farm payroll data. Next week, again, we've got Fed minutes. We've got CPI. We've got PPI. We've got bank earnings Friday. The week after that, we have Tesla earnings, Netflix earnings, a bunch of other big earnings, Johnson & Johnson, McDonald's, a bunch of banks like Schwab, JP Morgan. All that good stuff happens over the next couple weeks. And so it's going to be a fun time, to be honest. Yeah, again, we're really an economic release channel. And so this last 2-week period has been probably the slowest couple weeks we have each quarter. So each quarter we get kind of a couple really slow weeks. and the slow weeks happen whenever we don't have any releases. There's not really a big economic releases coming out, which hasn't really been over the last couple weeks. We don't really have earnings. We don't really have anything big. And again, that stops today. Today's kind of the last slow day. After today, volume will heat up for sure. Got to swallow that pride. Iron sharpens iron. That's right. Again, learn from me here. Again, the big thing to learn from, and again, I'm not always right. I'm definitely, top 3 most right traders ever in the world. Sarcasm. Okay, understand. Don't sue me. But again, learn from it. Again, I've learned to tune out the crash, the doomsday predictors a long time ago. And again, at this point in time, even if we crash, they've still been pushing it for years. And so they're still wrong in my mind. But maybe we do crash. Again, I thought the biggest chance of that was the banking contagion that we had, but they kind of contained it pretty fast. And so bank earnings will be interesting. Again, CPI will be really interesting. If CPI comes in really hot, I mean, there's another chance of a crash too. I don't think we will, but there's a chance. What's up with McDonald's? I don't know. Well, today there's no data out until 10 a.m. The U.S. dollar will be dominant until USA. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, bank numbers will be interesting for sure. It'll be fun to watch that. SPY's starting to move back up some. Again, I'm really tempted to see what happens at the opening bell. Yeah, so the Fed pivots. So when's the next Fed meeting? Isn't it when's the next Fed report? I think it's like May 1st, right? What was the date? I think it was March 22nd, right? So if March 22nd was the last Fed meeting, then it's going to be early May, like the first week of May is when the next rate hike should happen. So early week of May, right? Chad will probably, May 2nd is the next Fed meeting, May 2nd. So first week in May, as we thought. So again, it's going to happen May 2nd. It happens every 6 weeks. So the Fed rate hike decisions happen every 6 weeks is what goes down. Again, we bought a little bit of AMC at the bottom here, and we've been making our money, in this. We'll see if it continues, but it's May 2nd, I believe. Market's still pushing up. So we're over the 200 EMA under the VWAP here. Honestly, people criticized how I said VWAP. They said I was Cardi B. Now y'all got me sounding like I'm from Jersey. The VWAP. Get the car keys. Go out to the car. The VWAP. Now that's how y'all feel. Now I feel like I'm from Jersey here, guys. What do you think of Tesla? I think Tesla is incredibly volatile. Is there a direct correlation between Fed raising or lowering interest rates and which way the market goes? Short term, definitely. There's, again, the less aggressive the rate hikes, the more positive and optimistic the market reaction is short term, although the more fear of inflation problems long term. So it depends. Depends on what the economic state is, to be honest. Speak how you wish. Small minds will always be loud. Right? Definitely top 3 loudest small minds in the world right now. Again, SPY testing the 412 level. Let's see if we can hold over that spot. Try to be patient here, guys. All right, guys. Apple at 166.50s. Here we still got the AMC stock at 393s. You know what restaurant is good? Boston Market. Boston Market was actually super good, bro. What happened to them? That McDonald's or those that mac and cheese and baked chicken is solid. Yeah, we don't have any around our area though. All right, guys. So SPY testing the VWAP here. Tesla is still pretty weak here. So I guess with Tesla, it's interesting. So one of the things I think could make the market bounce here is that Tesla's had a pretty weak couple days. I mean, not really a weak couple days. Let me look at a 10-day chart. So here's a 10-day chart. So Tesla's actually had a very decent 10-day period. It was even better a couple days ago. But yeah, the last 24 hours on Tesla has been pretty rough. You know, basically it gave back all the gains it made on the 31st. So on Friday, it gave back all those gains. And then it bounced up a little bit here. So I don't know. I think Tesla could go either way. I think there is a argument for Tesla potentially bouncing up today and that dragging the market up with it if it does push up. But again, I generally think the market is a little bit extended on the upside. I've been thinking this for a couple days now, so I definitely think it is today. So again, I guess my bias, if I have some, is on the downside. But again, the last few days I've been wrong about that. Now, of course, if you know me, if you zoom out into my general thoughts on the market, I've been absolutely right about the upward direction longer term. But in terms of just like short-term extension, I think we're a little bit too high up there for my taste to really be wanting to buy up anything up here. So I'd prefer to wait for a pullback. All right, market pulling back. So market is wedged between the VWAP and the 200 EMA right now on the SPY. Okay. All right, so SPY back under the 200 EMA. Tesla still over the VWAP here and trying to hold. All right, so we are pulling back a little bit on the SPY here. So, John, you think the market is going to make new highs this year? I really have no idea, to be honest. To be completely real, the market's been pretty sideways over the last year. Very sideways here. So, again, we've been pretty flat. So, I don't know what the market's going to do. I think it could go either way, to be honest. And again, I really don't know here. Again, I genuinely think it could go either way. I just don't know what we're going to get for this. Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect the market too much. All right, Tesla bouncing a little bit still at the VWAP here. We still got about 25 minutes left. We're going to get ready to trade futures. So I'm going to do what we've been doing here, which is put... Get ready to do trades. Get ready to do it like this. That's where we got the micro. We'll probably try to start taking some size. But we got Tesla here. We got, what else? We put up the dollar index maybe, so we can watch that too. And then we're going to put this screen up so where it looks like this instead. Put the timer underneath me like that. The arraignment. Yeah, hey, let's not push one political party on both sides here. I try to keep it anti-political here. I'm just not it's just not healthy to have politics and trap my channel. I'm pretty neutral politically, to be honest. And again, I just dislike the whole realm of politics. And so, yeah, let's just keep it politic free here, please. And thank you, sir. Dollar index is starting to move up a little bit. You can see the market actually dipping down some now. All right, so again, I'm maybe I'll buy up something if it sets up well. All right, team. So again, we're kind of sitting back here waiting for the opening bell in about 20 minutes. Bouncing up a little bit. The dollar index starting to pull back. And again, there's generally an inverse correlation here. Watching AMC today, AMC's kind of had some craziness because of them settling a lawsuit that they had with retail traders, basically class A holders, basically traders that didn't like what happened with the ape dividend. They felt like their shares were diluted unfairly, and so they won the lawsuit against and AMC basically had to pay them 4.4% of the retail shares, which was about almost 7 million AMC shares, if I remember correctly. It's one of the reasons AMC is gapping down so much today because, well, it's down a lot. You know. All right, so market pulling back some, Tesla pulling back some. And again, I think Apple is what's one of the reasons the market's gapping up so much. Apple hit 167, basically 170 here. So, you know, Apple pushed up pretty big on all this. Yeah, dollar index is at 102.18. Market's starting to bounce a little bit, but we still got about 15 minutes. I disagree, Thumper. There's a difference between talking about economic data here and talking about Trump. You know what I mean? And I'm not against Trump or for Trump. I'm pretty neutral on the whole matter, to be honest. But it's fun to talk about economic data. I mean, we welcome that, you know. But his arraignment isn't super related to the market. I don't think the market's going to move much. He's not an active politician right now. And so in that regard, there's no reason to, you know, again, I'm not against you guys. I'm not for it either. I'm pretty neutral on it. But just, again, it's when you run a company, it's not good to talk politics and make politics such a big part of it. I got to be pretty neutral in everything. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, maybe negative earnings coming. Again, we got earnings season. Again, today's the last slow day. And then tomorrow things start to heat up. Friday, things heat up. Thursday, things heat up. Next week, things definitely heat up with CPI, jobless claims, PPI, Fed minutes report. Oh yeah, market's breaking down. I could buy the dip. I don't trust it enough though. So I think you guys might be, some of you guys might be a little bit behind the stream. Make sure you hit the play button or the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up. Again, just a request not to talk about super political things. Again, and no offense to anybody here, fair warning, you will get banned if you keep bringing up like again divisive political arguments. Again, I'm not targeting anybody specifically. I'm just again friendly request. It's all love here. It really is. I don't want the comment section to be full of political arguments. Those can spiral out of control fast and they're unnecessary. So. All right, guys. Again, try to be patient, kind of sitting back, waiting. Market pulling back a little bit. Dollar index is kind of moving back with it. Tesla sitting at 196.50s here. Apple trying as well. All about the Benjamins. I love the movie. I love the movie. a blanket. Oh, John, which president removed the gold standard? Roosevelt, right? Franklin, not Teddy. Expectations for today's Jolts job reports. Today we got the Jolts job report coming out. Expectations for today are for 10.4 million. For Jolts here, it's a survey done by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to help measure job vacancies. It collects data from employers about businesses, employment, job openings, recruitment, hires, and separations. It defines job openings as all positions that are open and not filled on the last business day of the month. The job is only open if it meets all three of the following conditions. A specific position exists and there is work available for that position. The job could start within 30 days. There's active recruiting for workers from outside the establishment location that has been opening in a reading. Okay, so basically this has to do with output. So the higher the Jolts job openings, the higher the output, which means that potentially the higher the Jolts job report, the worse the market's going to respond to it because of inflation fears, especially with the market moving up as much as it has. I think the market's going to pivot to more inflation fearing. Back to kind of how it was a couple months ago. During the banking crisis, we had some positive reactions to economic growth because of recession fears, but I think we're going to pivot back to inflation fears. So I think higher is worse, lower is better. But again, let me know what you guys think it's going to show. I'm not really sure here. It was Nixon, not Roosevelt. Yeah. Okay. Maybe y'all are right. No. I don't know. According to Google, it was Franklin. So I was right according to Google. It says, quote, after realigning election of 1932 following the onset of the Great Depression, from March 1933, the gold standard was abandoned and the act abrogated by a coordinated series of policy changes, including executive orders by Franklin D. Roosevelt, new laws and controversial Supreme Court rulings. So this was the Gold Standard Act. Wasn't which president wanted you to turn in your gold? It was Roosevelt. So that might be what I was thinking of. All right, guys. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Yeah, I thought it was Franklin. I never said you were for or against them either, Thumper. What I'm saying and what I'm asking you guys is not to push and argue about specific politicians being, you know what I mean? Like it's just not gonna be good for the channel. Yeah, I mean nuance, but yeah. All right, got to pull back over the last couple minutes. I'm tempted to buy this dip. Look at Tesla rip. So Tesla just ripped over 197s. So Tesla just ripped. Again, we still got about 35 minutes before the Jolts report. All right, SPY popping up a little bit. I was tempted to buy it. I just stopped myself. The dollar index is still breaking down some here. But the only trader that doesn't mock the big guy, thank you, I guess. What big guy? All right, guys. Again, we got Jolts in 35 minutes. 35 minutes for Jolts report. Yeah, yesterday was mostly choppy. We went up and down, up and down. Not a lot of big edge showing up in markets right now. Sorry, it's hot in my office here, guys. My bad. There we go. All right. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Again, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. We're gonna get the Jolts job report in a couple minutes too. Again, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Is AMC going? I'm in AMC right now. I bought it. Hey, you love to see it. Again, there's a difference between like just being mindless and looking for objective value. And again, I think I saw objective value there. All right, so again, AMC rip it up all the way to 410s right now, 410s. Yeah, hit the like button, guys, if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. Yeah, I'm going to let AMC sit here. I think 412s, 413s is objectively cheap, considering the size of the following that's going on there, you know. Tesla rip it up. It's at 197.30s here, 197.30s. AMC still at 409s right now, 409s. We're all degenerates in some ways, man. I'm a degenerate poker player. I love poker. I don't know if I'd call myself a degenerate. I'm actually very risk adverse. I really don't like betting, gambling money. It's just not my thing. I think you guys could see, like, I've got about 160 grand in buying power on my Thinkorswim account. It's got 40,000 liquid in it, and I don't use anywhere close to that much because I really don't like gambling. I've been there. I've lost money. I don't like doing it. I like slow and steady wins the race here, and so that's what I try to do. You know. All right, guys, here's the opening bell. The market's open. My bad, guys. I'm not even paying attention. Dealing with some stuff. Again, market pulling down at the opening bell. And we got some moves trying here. Let's see if we continue back up. Again, we do have the Jolts report coming out in a couple minutes. Yeah, again, let's please not promote anybody else here. Let me make sure. Again, pulling back up a little bit now. Tesla flying up, breaking highs here. AMC all the way up to 420s. Everybody's favorite number. But yeah, Thumper, we're not going to promote other channels, brother. I appreciate the support, but yeah, we're not going to mention other channels. Too many other people might kind of under disguise work with those channels or be those channels and just try to subtly promote themselves by saying, yeah, I love this channel and Bill, trading with Bill, you know, go check out Bill. Oh, sorry, did I say that? You know, too many people have tried that over the years. AMC up to 425s right now, 425s. Again, we do have Jolts coming out in about 30 minutes here, 30 minutes. Tank Top John, new character unlocked. Bro, it's hot over here. I got the heater on in the back, and so that might be the problem. I was trying to rock the hoodie all day, but it got a little bit too hot in that hoodie. You know, chat's getting too hot with me in this hoodie, or with me in this tank top right now. AMC up to 430s right now, 430s. Hey, what a great dip buy. Again, overextended dip, emotional dip. We bought it up. You love to see it. We're loving life right now. We went from being very red on the AMC on the day to very green. Market break it down here. We will short the market too if it sets up well enough for it. I can vouch for Bill. Yeah, Bill's definitely top 5 greatest traders ever. Yeah, 30 minutes for the Jolts chop report. And again, we'll see what we get. I'm trying to be patient here and wait. All right, so getting a little bit of a pop. The dollar index is breaking down. Tesla actually moving up, man. AMC up to 440s. Is it halted? Hey, listen. I'm not going to say this is the greatest dip buy of all time ever by any trader in the world ever. Experienced by any trader ever. Top 3 for sure. I'm not going to say that, but it definitely is up there. You know, we bought AMC. We bought it up at 380s. It's at 440s right now. You love to see it. We're loving life right now. We've got 3 digits in shares, so not the craziest position, but honestly, you love to see it. Again, I'm not saying it's the greatest dip buy of all time ever, of any stock of all time ever, top 3, but you know, definitely top 6. Up to 441s right now. Got halted at 441. The time it got halted was 8:33. It'll resume at 8:38. 5-minute halt most likely. It could be a 10-minute halt. If it's a 10-minute halt, it'll resume at my bad, 9:38 market time. If it's a 10-minute halt, it'll resume at 9:43 market time. But you love to see it, guys. You love to see it. No halts on the way down, though. Honestly, this is a strong halt. This is a high break halt. So when a stock generally gets halted on the upside, it's usually pretty good. It'll usually gap up when it resumes, which is, again, it'll resume in about 2.5 minutes. So it'll usually gap up when it resumes. Not 100% sure, but it'll usually gap up when it resumes. That AMC trade, bro, every time I make these trades, people say I'm degenerate. They say I'm not making plans. They say I'm buying it off of a hunch. Honestly, they said the same thing with SQ. I bought SQ in the 50s after the Hindenburg short report came out. This is a very established trading strategy by me. It really is. And I hope you guys can understand it, because I've been doing this for a long time now, and I've been calling it out every time I do it. And and anybody that tracks these trades, they know how accurate these trades are. Again, I've been doing this very actively. Okay, I did it with SQ. SQ had the Hindenburg short report came out. Everybody's doom and gloom. The sky's falling on SQ. It drops 20% in like 15 minutes. And so I bought it up in the 50s, sold in the 60s. You know, same thing. People were saying the same thing. They said, hey, and I know you're probably just joking around. So it's all good. I'm not targeting you. I'm just using this to prove my point, which is that this strategy works well for me. I can't guarantee it's going to work for you. Might have no idea what I'm doing. I might be just a trading degenerate, but it works well for me. I did it with SQ, did it with AMC, did it with Disney, did it with Snapchat, did it with Google. There's a bunch of other examples, to be honest. Top 3 degenerates in the world right now is all I'm saying. It's definitely top 3 most conservative trading strategies in the world right now, Fred. Definitely top 3. Yeah, for sure. No, I really actually do have the stats. Like, again, my strategy is simple, Fred. I look for value, objective value from extension, right? So I look for something that's down so much that the likelihood of a short-term bounce is very, very high. Again, I did it with Amazon. Amazon had earnings a couple months ago. They were mixed results, but slightly bad. Amazon dropped 20% from earnings. You know, it's Amazon. And so I bought up the dip. Within 5 days, within 5 days, Amazon had bounced back at least 10%. And I made money on the trade, brought in the bounce back. Again, I did the same thing with Snapchat. Snapchat dropped to 7 something after earnings. But again, I assume they were mixed results. Again, Snapchat dipped down, was at the high 7s, low 8s. I bought it up, rode it back to 10 within a couple days. Made big percentages, like 40% on that trade. I did it with Disney. Disney dipped all the way down to 90s, 80s. Again, I scaled in slowly into that. Eventually, Disney hit 110 within within a month. Disney was at 110. Again, I just did it with AMC, and AMC is back up, and we're going to take a little bit off now. Why? Because we can, and because honestly, it's pulling back now, and so we're going to lock in that profit. So again, locked in profit on it. It might actually move right back up, but again, we were already locked in profit, so it's going to be a much safer trade. Again, SPY is pretty sideways and choppy. It's right around the volume weighted average price. I like this downwick. This downwick actually looks very strong on AMC. But who knows, man? Who knows what AMC does here? I'm going to go ahead and throw it in sub-only mode as well. I don't think I put it in sub-only mode yet for the stream. So, again, we got the Jolts report coming up. Again, hit that sub button, guys. We're going to cover that as soon as it comes out live in about 20 minutes. All right, we're going to short this, see if we break down a little bit more. We got 2 contracts here. We're going to add on a little bounce. If we break over maybe this level here, we'll cut it. But if not, that's okay. Again, I'm going to take a little bit more off on AMC just because I can. And like, again, we've made enough money on the day to where we're not worried about it anymore. Again, we went from very red to very green. Man, sorry, I don't even check Discord today. So mods, pawn, anybody else? I haven't even checked Discord today. Sorry, guys. Whew. All right, so riding this down again. We're going to take half off there, lock in, maybe add a little bit more on a pop. I'll probably sit on the rest on AMC again. We already locked in the profit there. So big drop here, guys. Again, we're going to go in and unload that. All right, just made about 30, 40 bucks just now shorting. Broken on the previous closing price. Market's looking really weak, really weak. Again, if I look to short anything more, I need to bounce back here, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we're finally getting a pullback. Honestly, I told you guys I was kind of bearish at the opening bell, and Tesla is what's dragged the market down. SPY is pushed all the way up to 410s. We're still at 411s basically right now. So, I mean, you look at a 10-day chart on the SPY, it's very, very, very green. And so, again, a pullback is stocks aren't going to go up forever. Again, we do have the Jolts report. Finally getting a bounce back here. You see what the market gives us now? Yeah, the Jolts job report will be an interesting influence over everything too, for sure. See what happens here. Again, we need a larger bounce before we short a little bit more into that, I think. Yeah, let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Again, we got the Jolts report. Bitcoin at 28.4, so kind of fading with the market a little bit. Again, looks like me taking the profit at 420s and 430s for AMC was the right move because AMC did end up pulling back finally some. SPY broke lows. Finally getting a breakdown here. AMC tried to hold it to VWAP. Tesla break it down under the previous closing price, under the 195 level too. Expectations are 10.4 million for the Jolts report. 10.4 million. Getting a little bit of a bounce up now. All right, bounce it up a little bit. I mean, again, this isn't a rug pull yet, man. Again, one of the things that I see people do a lot is like, and I'm going to give you guys an example of it, is that the market will go like this. Say this is a daily chart, or say this is a 4-hour chart. The market will go like this, right? And it'll go like this. And then we get something like this. And they're like, rug pull. And it's like, no, man, the market is still up huge amounts over the last 10 days. You know, the market can't push up like huge percentages and then pull back 0.5%. And then everybody, and then bears acting like they're all of a sudden right. All right. Like, I'm not saying y'all are wrong here, but like, we're not there yet. Calm down, guys. Like, we'll see what happens. Maybe we do pull back. Again, CPI next week, I think, is going to have the biggest influence. The Jolts job report might influence as well. But yeah, this definitely isn't a rug pull yet, you know. Again, to put it into perspective, the SPY is basically flat on the day. It's break even at 411s. You know? Yeah, I'm out of basically everything. I'm not really in anything big. Only thing I'm still in is AMC, and that's not really correlated with the Jolts report. Right, 100%, Jake. And again, I see it all the time. It's most of the time bears who really want to be right. And again, I get it. I was bearish at the open too today. I really was. Again, I thought we might pull back. I think we're just going up too much over the last 10 days. That a pullback is necessary. But again, bears who have been bearish for the last 3 months, looking at a 0.25% pullback and using that to confirm that they are right or something is just nonsensical. Again, AMC still over 4s. I'm going to use 4 as probably my get out level. Yeah, I think the market might keep dropping too, but again, we're not there yet. Bitcoin back up to 28.4 thousand. Again, we got the Jolts report about 11 minutes, guys. 11 minutes. $10.4 million is what's expected for the Jolts report. Again, 10.4 million. We'll put this number up on screen so you guys can see it, but 10.4 million is the expected number. My market's bouncing back here. Again, I'm waiting for the Jolts report to come out. Again, y'all do me a favor, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. I appreciate the love and support. Let's keep the growth up. We're trying. We're getting there. Yeah, honestly, I agree with 1975. I am new to this, looking for a break from the tribalism that is in most things these days. Why are people here so tribal? Bear versus bulls. It's always a conflict. Yeah, it's like the blood and Crips, man. Again, if I don't think the market's going to crash, apparently I'm a perma bull, you know. And again, I think some people need that conflict to drive their trading. I don't necessarily. It's kind of like Nate Diaz in the UFC. Like, he needs conflict to motivate him to do well. I don't like that, you know. Again, I'm pretty neutral politically, and I'm pretty neutral in bull versus bear. I think long term, my bias is certainly on the upside, because I think if you're looking at blue chip healthy companies and your bias long term is not on the upside, then you're ignoring statistics. Again, the reality of it is blue chips on average move up long term. S&P 500 gives you about 6 to 8, sometimes 12% a year on average. And so in that regard, the biggest long-term edge you'll ever have in the market is value blue chip investing. But for whatever reason, a lot of people choose to take long-term short bias, which I just don't know is true. And maybe we crash in between those run-ups, you know. But you got to understand, the 8% number includes crashes, right? Which what that really means is that a normal year will actually go up more than 8%. Just because of the crash influence on the percentages, that it's going to drop a little bit to 8%. But a normal year, we're going to go up more than that, and especially in a bull market, that is. And so that's another important thing to understand as well. AMC back up to 411s. All right, guys, we got the Jolts report. 8 minutes. 8 minutes for the Jolts report. Yeah, but I mean, heavy, it's really easily to isolate like a blue chip, which is kind of like that hasn't performed as well as everything else. But again, you can look at the S&P 500. You know, that's the easiest way to look at it. And again, if you look at Intel, I mean, Intel's still been doing okay. It's not about isolating one individual company. It's about looking at long-term statistics, man. You know what I mean? Like, despite any one company's failure, again, you're not supposed to put all your money into one blue chip. You know, that doesn't make sense. What you're supposed to do is diversify into many different ones. And so even if one of them underperforms the market, like Intel, you're still going to be okay. You know, like, that's the point. Again, arguing that the S&P 500 doesn't give out what the stats show it does is a silly argument. No offense. It's just a silly argument. Anyways, Intel, speaking of Intel breaking over highs. Not highs of the lifetime, of course, but highs of the last couple of days at 33.50s. It's at 33.44 now. Tapped over the highs, though. Got up to 33.57. Higher number means more economical growth, which I'm not sure what the reaction is going to be. I think that's going to be interpreted as bad. I think lower is better, higher is worse, but I'm not 100% on that. All right, guys, we got the Jolts report coming out. Again, Jolts report's dropping pretty soon here, pretty soon. Again, hit the notification bell if you haven't already. We cover all the major economic data. We cover CPI, PPI. We're really an economic release channel. So we cover jobless claims, Fed, Jerome Powell, rate hike decisions, press conferences, the ECB rate hike decisions. We'll cover those too. CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales numbers, Jolts, of course, PMI data. We cover it all. We watch the market reaction. We explain it in an understandable way. And again, Jolts job openings are business growth is what Jolts job openings signify, right? So the higher the Jolts job report numbers, the more business growth we have. Okay, and again, that could be seen as good or bad. It might be seen as bad if it's higher than expected, because again, that could signal worse inflationary problems and fears. And that's kind of what the market is in. Because the market is so strong lately, I think the market is more so going to pivot to fearing inflation versus recession. Again, if people are fearing recession, then they want higher numbers. They want more economical growth. They want GDP to beat expectations. They want all that stuff to do better than expected. They want economical growth, and that's going to influence a positive reaction in markets. If the market is instead fearing inflation over a recession, which I think is probably more likely now because of the market pushing up as much as it has and the banking fears starting to dwindle a little bit. If the market is still fearing inflation in that way, then again, I think economical growth with higher jolts, job openings and stuff like that will influence the market negatively, I think. Again, it's not 100% sure. We never know exactly what kind of response we're going to get here, but that's a pretty easy way to look at it. And again, let me know what you guys think. All right, guys, we got 2.5 minutes. Again, sub if you haven't yet. We appreciate it. All right, guys. Market's starting to bounce back a little bit again. This Jolts report will be really interesting. We got 3 minutes here, team. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Top Step is the easiest way to trade these economic releases. If you see me trading today, what I'm trading on is Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program in futures where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 up to $150K. There's no PDT rule in futures. And so it's the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. A lot of people go to cash accounts or penny stocks. You can day trade futures, which is essentially the S&P 500 through the E-mini, with no PDT restrictions. So you can day trade the S&P 500, no PDT rule in futures. The cheapest, most effective way to try it out is Top Step. You still get most of the rewards of trading real money, because if you can pass their testing, they test your profitability. If you can pass it, they fund you, up to 150K with a 90% split. So you're still keeping 90% of your profit. If you don't pass it, it's much less to lose on Top Step than it is to put up 10K yourself and lose that, right? And so it's kind of the best of both worlds, where you're learning how to lose. You're learning risk management. If you're good enough, you can pass it. And if you make 20K in a funded account, you keep 18K. But if you don't pass it, you're only down $140. If you use my link, it's 130 something for 20% off. And so again, if you want to check it out, great way to help support the channel. Genuinely useful for traders in terms of building skill, as well as for traders that don't have that much capital. A great way to get capital. Legit funded, proprietary trader once you pass their testing. And again, a great way to check it out. Here's the link. And again, we're getting ready for the Jolts report. Numbers are coming out soon. We're going to put everything up to see if we can drop it fast on for everybody. I'll put as many different duplications of this up so we can try to find it. We got about a minute left, about 1 minute. All right, guys, get ready. $10.4 million is what's expected here. 10.4 million. About 40 seconds. Let's do this. Here we go. 10.4 million is what's expected here. 20 seconds. All right, 5 seconds, guys. All right, here's the release. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up. Here's the release, and there's the release. Market is shooting up from this data. It came in. Factory orders came in less than expected. The Jolts job report hasn't released yet, so it's not out yet. But factory orders came in lower than expected. Again, the Jolts report actually didn't show up yet. Yep, no Jolts job report yet. They're delayed in releasing it. Market's loving life right now, though. Loving life. Nothing out yet for it that I'm seeing here. Again, it looks like they're a little delayed in releasing it. Yeah, nothing out yet. Still waiting. Market is loving this, though. $9.93 million versus 10.4 expected. 9.93 million versus 10.4 expected. Last time was 10.8. So much less jobs than expected, and exactly as we predicted here. Market reacted positively. Here's the numbers right here on screen. 9.93 million. 9.93 million. And as we suggested, lower is better because it means less inflation problems. 9.9 million versus 10.4 expected. Again, that's positive right now. It means less inflation fears and problems. See if the market continues to react positively to this, but so far, so good. Market initially reacted very positively, starting to rebound back up some. Downwick forming right now, but again, you can see the data right there. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step, the easiest way to get around the PDT rule, test your skill, not take on a lot of risk in the beginning, really learn to trade. And if you're good enough, you can get funded. They test you. It's a challenge. They give you a demo. It's the most legit futures one in the world. If you can pass their testing with the demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150K. If you don't pass it, you're only down 140 bucks basically. You can reset for 100 as well and start over anytime you want. And again, it genuinely is the best way to test your trading skill in futures. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade short in futures without PDT restrictions. And Top Step is the most legitimate futures funded program in the world. And so again, if you want to check them out, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. Market is really starting to flush here. Nice. Yeah, so that's the Jolts job report. Again, tomorrow we have non-farm employment data. So tomorrow non-farm data is a very relevant release too. And so that should be fun to kind of see what we get. But again, we do have non-farm employment data coming out tomorrow. Very relevant market stuff. Thursday, we got jobless claims. Next week is really the big week, though, to be completely honest. So next week, we've got CPI, Fed minutes, PPI, jobless claims, earnings, bank earnings, a lot of cool stuff. So it'll be big, volatile week in the markets for sure. And yeah. Again, so the market has just been flying up. And again, another one of my sponsors is called Chart Prime. Genuinely useful trading view indicator service. But like, check out Chart Prime. So Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service where, you know, and again, to put it into perspective, on Trading View, you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, you know, whatever you want to use, whatever you want to trade, you can use it on Trading View with Chart Prime. And so again, Chart Prime, just to put it into perspective, is $35 a month. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, I can't fake what I'm showing you. So this is a 1-minute chart. Chart Prime literally called out the very top reversal. Look at that. So they made the signal there. The signal came out right here at the very top. Reversal down signal way up here. And over the next couple minutes, we've had pretty big drops. It literally called the very top. It also shows you engulfing candlestick patterns. And candlestick patterns are some of the stuff that I use the most. Look at the double bullish engulfing candle. And again, my favorite thing to do is to find multiple that shows together at once. And then look at the big bounce we get for the next like 15, 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes. Again, reversal up signal here on this small little candle right there. And then we get a bounce over the next 5 or 6 minutes. Again, called the bottom there. Called this bounce, possible reversal up. You get a nice bounce over the next 5 or 10 minutes. Again, and you can use them on any time frame too, which is the crazy part about it. Genuinely useful. Look at a 3-hour chart. My favorite is like my swing trading ones are kind of really, really, really unique and can be really powerful. Here's a 3-hour chart. And so you can get 40% off, but look at this here. So here's a 3-hour chart. Look at every single signal on screen right now. All right. So again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are sponsored because I'm biased, but look at every signal here. Look, reversal up signal, as well as, again, you find multiple showing up together at once. You get 3 signals here: bullish engulfing, reversal signal there, right? Look at the big upward movement over literal days of price action. Literal days of price action. We get nice move ups here. Again, reversal down signal here. So you see the reversal down signal here, and then you get the engulfing candles, drops over days. Again, reversal up signal here. It literally called it there. You get a move up over a couple hours. Same thing here. Literally called the very top. Drops over days afterwards. Again, literally called the very top here. Drops over days. And so again, I can't fake what I'm showing you. Genuinely useful. It's only $35 a month. And I think the edge that it gives you, again, because the fact that you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, $35 a month, pretty useful in my opinion. Again, I'm biased in their favor because they pay me money, of course, and naturally I'm biased because they're a sponsor of mine. But again, genuinely useful. If you want to check them out, I'll post the link. It's called Chart Prime. Great way to help support the channel. You get 40% off if you use my link and get it for $35 a month. At checkout, it'll be $35. You got to use the link right there. W. Again, you got to use the link right there. At checkout, you'll get 35 off. Or you'll get it for $35 a month. I would feel blind without Chart Prime. I use it for crypto. Yeah, you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Again, market's trying to consolidate. Kind of looks like a cup and handle pattern, but to be honest, we're pretty flat right now. We're pretty neutral. There's not much edge right now, I don't think. But do this today. I just need to walk away. Yeah, it's choppy right now, Pawn. Just be careful, brother. You know, it really is a day where we go up, down, up, down. When we look like we're about to break on one side, the market reverses and comes back down here. You know, I think the opening bell extension's already played out, and we've kind of reversed from the job numbers here. So, yeah, so they've got a Discord, Fred, that you can use as well. They've got their own Discord. They've got, so they'll even give you like a class if you request it, where they'll teach you how to use all their indicators. Pretty big community. At checkout, Jonah B. Look, watch. Okay, I go to the link here. I'll show you guys this. All right, I go to my link. Okay, you go to my link. $57 a month. Okay. Here, let me make sure it doesn't show you my CC number or anything like that. Hold on. You go to subscribe. You put in your email. You submit it. At checkout, again, B trades 40. It's $34.20 at checkout. You just got to, okay. So again, you use my link, it'll be $34. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased in their favor. Yeah, I feel you, Justin. It's all good, brother. Yeah, it's a slow, choppy day, dude. You know. Yeah, what's up, Guts? Yeah, all good, man. Again, it's pretty slow. I'm probably going to go ahead and close it down. Again, check out Top Step if you haven't already. Again, my sponsors genuinely help the channel. And again, I think people have to understand the story of when I first got started trading. Again, I lost so much money when I first got started. One of the reasons I push these funded account programs is because it's just going to save new traders money. Like, some traders might take these funded account programs and lose. But, like, to be honest, it's just going to save traders money. You know, if to put the money up yourself, you can lose thousands of dollars. And so you might be frustrated you lose $100 on Top Step, but it really is the best of both worlds, where it's like, if you can pass the Top Step testing, you can pass the combine, where they give you a demo. It's a $50K demo for the base one. If you can hit $3K in profit on that without losing $2K or $1,000 a day, and follow the rest of their rules, basically, then when you pass the testing, they fund you 50 grand, you know, so it's 130 something a month. And again, if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. You can reset for 100. You're going to lose much less than you would if you put up the money yourself and tried it that way. And so it really is the best of both worlds. You get to try it out. You don't take on a lot of risk. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. I mean, again, I think most people are going to lose, but I think that's the point, is that it's so much cheaper to lose on Top Step. And if you're good enough, you could still pass it and keep 90% of your profit. It's just much cheaper, you know, than it is to put up 15K, 10K yourself and risk that. And then lose $2,000 on a frustrating day. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that your risk is contained just makes a ton of sense. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here. Love you all. Again, if you want the link, it's right here for Top Step. Again, they are a sponsor of mine. The last link I'm going to post, and then I'm going to get out of here. Oh, it's not slow. It's big range, but choppy. Market's actually moving some. It's big range, but it's choppy. Space, man. It's been a while. Yeah, you can use both Top Step and Chart Prime on TradingView. You don't want to buy each of us a new TV? Not today. But yeah, tomorrow, guys, non-farm payroll data. Be ready. I'll see you guys later. Good luck. Love you all. Y'all be safe. Hit that sub button. I'll see you guys tomorrow.